Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the Grand Babylon Hotel. The $50 million stake. Gentle clinking of silverware, a distant, elegant piano melody, the murmur of high society conversation, almost like a low purr. The sophisticated hum of a grand, luxurious establishment. Imagine, if you will, the Grand Babylon Hotel. Not just any hotel, mind you. This is London's jewel, a titan of luxury, a beacon of refined taste and unspoken wealth. The kind of place where even the whispers echo with a certain gravitas, where the very air shimmers with the promise of indulgence. It's late evening, the main dining room, a symphony of crystal and silver, hushed voices weaving through the soft glow of chandeliers. Every table a tableau of elegance, every dish a masterpiece presented with theatrical flair, every guest a testament to a life lived without compromise, where inconvenience simply did not exist. Tonight, however, this meticulously choreographed dance of opulence is about to meet an unexpected, rather unconventional conductor. A disruptor in a tuxedo, poised to upset the delicate balance of this gilded cage. At one particular table, slightly apart, a figure sat, a man whose presence alone seemed to command the room without him uttering a single word. His name, Paul de Carouel, a man for whom the word wealthy felt like a quaint understatement. He wasn't merely rich, he was a titan, a force of nature in human form, accustomed to the world bending to his will, not the other way around. He held a menu, not reading it so much as casually perusing the offerings, as one might glance at a grocery list before deciding on something utterly bespoke. When a deferential waiter, impeccably dressed in the Grand Babylon's livery, arrived to take his order, Paul's request was disarmingly simple, almost absurdly so: given the grandeur surrounding him. Waiter, soft, polite, almost reverent tone, a practiced smile on his face. Good evening, sir. And what may I have the pleasure of bringing you tonight from our esteemed menu? Perhaps the Dover sole, or our renowned Chateaubriand. Paul de Carouel, calm, measured, a hint of steel beneath the velvet. No raising of voice, just absolute certainty, as if stating an undeniable fact. Good evening. I believe I'll have a steak. Just a simple steak. Nothing more elaborate. The waiter, clearly expecting something more elaborate, a culinary odyssey perhaps, managed to maintain his composure, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Waiter, certainly, sir. And how would you prefer it prepared? Rare? Medium rare? Well done. We have an exquisite selection of cuts this evening. Paul de Carouel, a slight pause, as if considering the most precise articulation of his desire. Cooked very rare. No, let me be more precise. I want it raw. Completely raw. But seared, for no more than, say, 20 seconds on each side. A flash in the pan, no more. Just enough to kiss the exterior with heat, to lock in the juices, but leaving the heart utterly untouched. And I want it tonight. Right now. A beat of profound silence stretched between them. The waiter's practiced smile wavered, just for an imperceptible fraction of a second. His professional veneer, usually impenetrable, seemed to crack. The request, for all its apparent simplicity, was an affront to the delicate artistry of the Grand Babylon's kitchen, a direct challenge to its very culinary philosophy. A raw steak? Seared for mere seconds? It wasn't on the menu. It wasn't how things were done. The Grand Babylon prided itself on upholding standards, not on catering to every eccentric whim. Waiter, still polite, but with a new, firmer edge. A subtle, almost apologetic regret in his voice, yet unyielding eye. I apologize most sincerely, sir. While we pride ourselves on catering to every desire, such as specific preparation, it might be outside the capabilities of our kitchen this evening. Our head chef, Monsieur Dubois, he is very particular about ensuring optimal flavor and texture for our esteemed guests. We prepare all our steaks to certain, exacting standards, ensuring the very best experience. voice remains steady, but the temperature in the room seems. Introduction: the narrator's POV. Ah, yes. Come closer. Let us step back in time, shall we? Not merely a few years, but to an era gilded in gold and shrouded in a peculiar sort of fog, the magnificent, the bewildering, the utterly captivating London of the late Victorian age. Imagine, if you will, the carriages rattling over cobblestones, the gas lamps flickering against the encroaching twilight, painting long, dancing shadows on the grand facades of St. James's, Pall Mall, and the bustling thoroughfares leading to the very heart of the city's ambition and indulgence. I speak not as a participant, you understand. My role, my privilege, has always been to observe. To be the quiet, unobtrusive presence in the corner of a gilded ballroom, the silent shadow in the bustling vestibule, the unseen gaze lingering at the edge of a discreet conversation. I am, you might say, the quintessential fly on the wall. Not an unwelcome nuisance, mind you, but a sort of sentient, discerning witness, endowed with the unique ability to perceive the intricate tapestry of human design and human folly as it unfolds. I see the subtle shifts in expression, the barely perceptible tightening of a jaw, the fleeting flicker of an emotion quickly masked behind a practiced smile. And I collect these observations, these tiny, telling details, and weave them into the grand narrative that is the singular epic. London, then, was a city of unparalleled opulence. Fortunes were made and lost with astonishing speed, empires expanded, and society, oh, society. It was a magnificent, glittering spectacle of manners, prestige, and often, an astonishing lack of true substance. Gentlemen in their finest Seville rose suits, ladies adorned with silks and jewels that caught the gaslight in 1,000 dazzling refractions, paraded through the parks and thronged the theaters. Their lives, on the surface, were a carefully choreographed dance of social calls, grand dinners, and whispered gossip. It was a world built on appearances, a world where the facade was often more important than the reality it concealed. And within this vibrant, intricate mosaic of power and pretense, there stood one edifice that embodied the very essence of Victorian grandeur, yet harbored secrets that would ripple through the very foundations of the empire itself. I speak, of course, of the Grand Babylon Hotel. Ah, the Grand Babylon. Even the name itself seems to whisper of legend and exoticism, doesn't it? It wasn't merely a building, it was a phenomenon. An architectural marvel that dared to challenge the staid conservatism of London's skyline, rising with an almost audacious splendor, a testament to modern luxury and unbridled ambition. It was more than brick and mortar, it was a character in its own right, perhaps the most pivotal character in the unfolding drama I have been privy to. From the moment it opened its colossal, gleaming doors, the Grand Babylon declared itself an entity apart. It wasn't just another hotel, it was a destination, a universe contained within its own walls. Its lobby, a vast expanse of polished marble and soaring arches, echoed with the refined murmur of 100 different languages. Its dining rooms, each more magnificent than the last, served delicacies from every corner of the globe, prepared by chefs whose reputations preceded them across continents. There were salons draped in velvet, smoking rooms thick with the scent of fine cigars and hushed, important conversations, and suites so lavish they felt like private palaces. Every detail, from the filigree on the doorknobs to the frescoes on the ceilings, screamed of expense, of exquisite taste, and of a certain, almost defiant, modernity. But beneath that resplendent exterior, behind the smiling facades of its impeccably trained staff, and beyond the daily hustle of its wealthy patrons, the Grand Babylon held its secrets close. It had a heartbeat of its own, a rhythm that was sometimes majestic, sometimes unsettling. It breathed in the desires and ambitions of its guests, and exhaled an air of profound, almost impenetrable, mystery. You see, while Chapter 1, The American Millionaire. The Grand Babylon Hotel, standing majestically on the Thames embankment, was a breathtaking monument to modern luxury, a colossal edifice of intricately carved marble, sparkling glass, and gleaming polished brass. It seemed to defy gravity, reaching towards the London sky, a veritable palace where the world's most discerning elite convened, their every conceivable whim catered to with an almost supernatural precision and anticipation. Within its lavishly adorned walls, one could discover a kingdom of gastronomic delights, a labyrinth of exquisitely appointed suites, and a sprawling, impeccably trained service staff, whose unspoken mission was to anticipate desires before they were even fully formed in the guest's mind. Yet, for one of its most prominent and exceedingly wealthy guests, this very perfection, this seamless, effortless opulence, had, paradoxically, become a profound source of almost unbearable ennui. Theodore Racksole was his name, an American millionaire whose reputation preceded him like a thunderous storm. His name was synonymous with colossal, almost unfathomable wealth and an equally legendary ruthlessness in the cutthroat world of business. He had, through sheer force of will and a relentless strategic mind, amassed a fortune so vast it utterly defied easy comprehension, built on the sprawling networks of railroads, the unyielding strength of steel, and a bewildering, diverse array of enterprises that stretched relentlessly across the entire American continent and beyond. Yet, as he sat this evening in the hotel's palatial, hushed lounge, his hand idly, almost unconsciously, tracing the intricate, silken patterns of the velvet upholstery on his armchair, there was no discernible glimmer of satisfaction in his sharp, intelligent eyes. Only a deep-seated weariness, an almost palpable sense of having conquered absolutely everything only to discover, to his profound dismay, that the victory was utterly hollow, tasting of ash and disillusionment. He was a man who possessed everything money could possibly acquire, and consequently, he found himself wanting nothing, or rather, he desperately yearned for something he simply could not buy, something that the relentless pursuit and eventual acquisition of immense wealth had seemingly extinguished, the thrill of surprise, the invigorate jolt of a genuine challenge, a simple, unadulterated desire for something uncomplicated and real. The endless parade of exquisite meals, the flattery, the effortless fulfillment of every fleeting wish, it had all blended into a monotonous, golden haze, leaving him profoundly unstimulated. Then, quite suddenly, a vibrant burst of youthful energy, a delightful splash of radiant color, swept effortlessly into the lounge, cutting through the staid, almost embalmed atmosphere like a fresh, invigorating spring breeze. It was his daughter, Nella. She was, in every conceivable way, everything he was not, or perhaps more accurately, everything he had once been, long before the crushing burdens and profound isolating effects of immense wealth had settled upon him, stifling his spirit. Nella Racksole was a veritable whirlwind of vivacity, her bright eyes sparkling with an infectious curiosity for every facet of life, her laughter quick, melodious, and utterly genuine. She moved with an easy, natural grace, dressed in a fashionable, impeccably tailored gown that seemed to capture the very essence of youthful exuberance and boundless optimism. She was, quite simply, his anchor, his greatest source of joy, and perhaps, his only true, unvarnished connection to the vibrant, unpredictable world that existed beyond the gilded cage of his immense fortune. "Father," she exclaimed, her voice bright with uncontained cheer, pulling up a heavy, ornate chair opposite him with an almost reckless abandon that caused some of the other sedate, aristocratic patrons in the lounge to subtly, almost imperceptibly, flinch. "Still contemplating the existential void, are we? I've just returned from exploring the new Orchid Conservatory. It is simply divine." The COL. Chapter 2, The Impulse Purchase. The air in the Grand Babylon Hotel was thick with the scent of money, power, and an unshakable sense of its own grandeur. But for Theodore Raxol, the scent was simply one of frustration, mixed with a simmering indignation that had reached its boiling point. He had ordered a simple dish, grilled steak, and received a culinary abomination, an insult to both his palate and his purse. Such trivial matters, one might think, for a man of his standing, yet it was precisely this triviality, amplified by the hotel's arrogant perfection, that had sparked an inferno within him. He stood now in the opulent lobby, a figure of resolute purpose amidst the swirling currents of European aristocracy and glittering wealth, his gaze fixed, unwavering. "Raxol, I wish to see the proprietor." "At once." Jules, the head maitre d', a man whose very posture exuded an almost divine disdain for anything less than absolute deference, barely deigned to acknowledge Raxol directly. He simply raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow, his lips forming a silent, almost imperceptible tisk. "Jules, sir, Mr. Babylon is not available for trivial complaints. If you have an issue with the cuisine, I assure you, our kitchen staff are of the highest caliber. Perhaps your expectations." "Raxol, my expectations are precisely what Mr. Babylon will hear. And they are not trivial. They concern the very essence of his establishment. I insist." "Now." Jules hesitated, a flicker of genuine annoyance crossing his usually impassive face. This was not the typical guest complaint, easily mollified with a free drink or a humble apology from a junior manager. There was something in Raxol's eyes, a dangerous glint that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Yet, Jules was a master of his domain, and protocol was paramount. "Jules," stiffly, "Mr. Babylon does not entertain guests directly. I can arrange for a meeting with the general manager, Monsieur Dubois, who will no doubt be able to resolve. Raxol, stepping closer, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl that commanded attention despite its quietude. "You misunderstand, my friend. I am not here to complain about a steak. I am here to buy the hotel." A hush fell over the immediate vicinity. A duchess paused, mid-fanning herself. A financier choked on his champagne. Jules, for the first time in memory, looked genuinely stunned. His jaw sagged imperceptibly, his perfectly coiffed hair seeming to stand a fraction taller. "Jules," a whisper, laced with incredulity, to buy the hotel? "Sir, that is preposterous." Raxol, a tight, humorless smile. "Preposterous. We shall see. Now, will you fetch Mr. Babylon, or shall I simply make myself comfortable in his private office until he arrives? I assure you, I am quite capable of finding it myself." The threat was clear. Jules, caught between his rigid adherence to procedure and the very real possibility of a scandal, swallowed hard. He knew Mr. Babylon valued discretion above all else. With a curt, almost imperceptible nod, Jules turned and vanished into a discreet side entrance, leaving Raxol standing sentinel, a beacon of unexpected disruption in the heart of polished order. Moments stretched into an eternity. The hum of the hotel seemed to pulse with anticipation. Then, a figure emerged. Mr. Babylon himself. He was a man of imposing stature, impeccably dressed, with eyes that missed nothing and a presence that filled the vast lobby without effort. He carried an air of quiet authority, a man who had built an empire and knew its every stone. Mr. Babylon, his voice smooth, measured, yet with an underlying current of weary experience. "I understand you wish to speak with me, sir. I am Mr. Babylon. And I hear a rather unusual proposition." Raxol, meeting his gaze squarely, no trace of nervousness. "Indeed, Mr. Babylon." Theodore Raxol. "And my proposition is this: I wish to purchase your establishment, the Grand Babylon Hotel." "Entirely." Mr. Babylon's expression remained unreadable, though a subtle tightening around his eyes betrayed a flicker of interest, perhaps even Chapter 3, The Mystery of Room 111. The opulent dining room of the Grand Babylon Hotel is bustling with the gentle hum of breakfast conversations, the clinking of silverware, and the soft strains of a chamber orchestra. Sunlight streams through tall, arched windows, illuminating the crystal chandeliers and polished mahogany. Hiram Raxol, a man of formidable presence and keen intellect, sits at a prime table, reviewing a stack of morning reports with his usual intensity. Across from him, his spirited daughter, Nella, sips her tea, observing the morning ritual of their magnificent establishment. Nella: a light sigh. Another perfect morning, father. One might almost forget we're the owners, not merely guests. The aroma of freshly baked croissants truly is an art form here. Raxol, without looking up from his papers: perfection is a fleeting state, Nella. A hotel of this magnitude is a living, breathing entity, and constant vigilance is the only way to maintain its pulse. Every creak, every whisper, every misplaced napkin tells a story. And I intend to read every last one of them. Nella smiles, accustomed to her father's exacting standards. A waiter, young and somewhat flustered, approaches their table. Waiter nervously: excuse me, Mr. Raxol. A small matter, but perhaps worth mentioning. Mr. Peters, from room 111. He hasn't come down for breakfast this morning. Raxol, lifting an eyebrow, finally looking up: Mr. Peters? The American gentleman who takes his eggs precisely at 7:30, without fail, and always with the morning edition of the Times. Waiter, nodding quickly: the very same, sir. It's nearing 9 o'clock now. He's usually so punctual, and quite particular about his breakfast, as you say. We've sent a pot of coffee up, just in case he prefers it in his room today, but there's been no response from his bell. Nella, frowning slightly: that does seem a little out of character for him. He's been with us for weeks, hasn't he? Always so precise. Raxol, waving a dismissive hand, though a flicker of curiosity enters his eyes. Perhaps he's simply decided to break routine for once. Even the most methodical among us deserve a lie-in occasionally. Keep an eye on it, Jenkins. If he hasn't appeared by lunchtime, then perhaps we'll make a more formal inquiry. For now, let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. We have more pressing matters. The waiter nods and retreats, still looking slightly troubled. Raxol returns to his reports, but Nella notices a subtle shift in his demeanor. His gaze lingers a moment too long on the disappearing waiter. Nella, more pressing matters, Father. Is it the arrival of Prince Eugen? Raxol, slightly distracted indeed. The prince is expected on the afternoon train. Room 207 must be impeccable. The suite has been thoroughly inspected, of course, but I want another personal walkthrough by the head of housekeeping, and then by myself. His Highness expects nothing less than perfection. Diplomatic relations, Nella, are often paved with impeccable service and precisely chilled champagne. And a comfortable bed, of course. He takes a sip of his coffee, his eyes sweeping across the vast dining room, not merely observing the guests, but also the staff. A young concierge, usually unflappable, seems to be having an unusually intense, hushed conversation with a lady's maid near a potted palm. They break apart abruptly when Raxoli's gaze flickers their way, both quickly resuming their duties with an exaggerated air of nonchalance. Raxoli's eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. Raxol, more to himself than Nella interesting. Nella, noticing his scrutiny. What is it, Father? Raxol, a thoughtful pause. Nothing. Or perhaps everything. A sense, Nella, that the threads of our grand tapestry are not quite as tightly woven this morning. The smallest fray can unravel the whole. Did you notice the concierge? He seemed discomposed. Nella, he did seem rather hurried. Perhaps he just had an urgent request. Raxol, perhaps. Or perhaps he was discussing something that required haste and discretion. A hotel of this size, Nella, is a repository of secrets. Chapter 4: The Body in the Window. The opulent corridors of the Grand Babylon Hotel are cloaked in unnatural silence. Moonlight streams through tall windows, casting long, distorted shadows. The air, usually thick with the murmur of 1,000 lives, now hums with a stillness that feels almost predatory. Raxol, a man who usually sleeps soundly, finds himself wide awake. He paces his luxurious suite, the heavy Persian rug muffling his footsteps. His mind churns with the day's events, the monumental purchase, the grand plans, the almost intoxicating power of ownership. But beneath the euphoria, a subtle current of unease pulls at him. A feeling he can't quite name, a premonition perhaps, or just the restless energy of a man suddenly burdened with a colossal enterprise. He can't shake the thought that the hotel, for all its grandeur, harbors secrets. He decides, on a whim born of restless curiosity and proprietorship, to explore. To walk its silent halls, to truly feel the pulse of his new domain in its slumber. Rack-soul to himself, a low murmur sleep eludes me. A good sign, perhaps, for a man who's just bought a kingdom. Or a fool's omen. Either way, these walls, they're too quiet. Too full of unspoken things. He slips out, a dark silhouette. He moves with a deliberate, almost cat-like grace for a man of his build, his expensive slippers making no sound on the polished marble. He walks, passing ornate doors, silent stairwells, and the occasional, almost invisible, night attendant dozing discreetly behind a potted plant. He nods to a porter, a quiet, sleepy man who barely registers his presence. Rack-soul quietly, to the porter, all well, Peterson. Porter startled, rubbing his eyes, Mr. Rack-soul. Good evening, sir. Or good morning, I suppose. Everything's in order. Quiet as a tomb. Rack-soul gives a wry smile. Rack-soul indeed. Keep it that way. He continues his circuitous route, his senses alert. He peers into shadowy recesses, checks the lock on an unattended storeroom, mentally notes a flickering gaslight in a distant lounge. He feels a strange blend of satisfaction and foreboding. The hotel is a magnificent machine, but even machines have their hidden gears, their potential for unexpected malfunction. He reaches a less frequented wing, a quieter corridor overlooking one of the internal courtyards. The air here is noticeably cooler, a draft whispering through. He approaches a tall, narrow window, intending to glance out at the moonlit gardens below. But what he sees isn't the garden. His breath catches in his throat, a sudden, sharp intake of air that feels like a physical blow. His eyes, accustomed to the dim light, struggle to process the grotesque tableau before him. Hanging, suspended by a length of rope tied to something unseen above the window frame, is a human body. It dangles just outside the glass, swaying ever so slightly in the unseen breeze, a macabre pendulum against the backdrop of the night sky. The figure is a man, dressed in a crumpled suit. His head lolls at an unnatural angle, his face obscured by shadow and the window's slight distortion. But the sheer unnaturalness of the posture, the utter stillness that is not the stillness of sleep, screams death. Raxley's mind, usually a fortress of logic, momentarily splinters. A visceral revulsion, cold and sharp, shoots through him. He steps closer, pressing his face to the glass, his hands instinctively bracing against the frame. He strains to see, to understand. The details emerge, horrifying and stark. The rope, thick and coarse, dug deep into the man's neck. His hands are tied behind his back, a cruel, undeniable sign of foul play. One of his shoes is missing, and the trouser leg on that side is ripped, revealing a pale, exposed ankle. His heart pounds against his ribs, a frantic drum beat in the sudden, suffocating silence. A murder. Here. In his hotel. On his first full night of ownership. The irony is bitter, the reality sickening. He forces himself to remain rational, to observe, to document mentally. He notes the precise position, the condition of the glass, the faint condensation his B. Chapter 5, The Disappearance of the Body. The opulent grandeur of the Grand Babylon Hotel, a place Raxol had always viewed with a blend of professional admiration and personal amusement, now felt like a gilded cage. He strode through its marble corridors, the heavy pile of the carpet muffling his usually booming footsteps, a stark contrast to the frantic beat of his heart. Beside him, Monsieur Dubois, the head concierge, glided with the effortless grace of a man who had mastered the subtle art of invisible efficiency. Dubois' impeccably tailored uniform, his perfectly coiffed silver hair, and his perpetually placid expression offered no clue to the urgent, whispered request Raxol had just made, a request that now filled Raxol with a sickening dread of anticipation. "Are you quite certain, Monsieur Raxol?" Dubois' voice was a low murmur, barely audible above the distant strains of a salon orchestra. Such a discovery is most unusual for the Grand Babylon. The unspoken implication hung in the air. Are you sure you're not mistaken, or perhaps hallucinating? Raxol bristled, his jaw tightening. "I am quite certain, Monsieur Dubois. A man murdered in room 47. And my daughter witnessed it too." He didn't elaborate on the bizarre circumstances, the poisoned wine, the staged suicide. Not yet. His priority was simply to confirm the body's presence, to secure the scene, and then, only then, to unravel the Gordian knot of this inexplicable crime. He quickened his pace, the number 47 burning in his mind like a malevolent beacon. They arrived at the door. It looked utterly unremarkable, one among hundreds of identical portals lining the endless hallway. Raxol hesitated for a fraction of a second, his hand hovering over the ornate handle. A wave of icy premonition washed over him, a sense that something was fundamentally wrong. He pushed it open, stepping into the room with Dubois close behind. The room was empty. Not just empty of people, but empty of evidence. The elegant furnishings, the plush velvet chairs, the heavy drapes, all were exactly as they should be in a meticulously maintained luxury suite. The air was still, devoid of the stale scent of struggle or the metallic tang of blood that Raxol half expected. The bed, where only minutes ago the lifeless form of Count Poulheim had lain slumped, was now pristine. The silken duvet lay uncreased, the pillows plump to perfection. Not a single trace remained. The small table where the fatal drink had rested was wiped clean, shimmering faintly under the soft lamplight. It was as if no one had ever died here, as if no one had ever even existed here. Raxol stared, his mouth agape, a strangled gasp escaping his throat. His eyes darted wildly, scanning every surface, every shadow, searching for the impossible, for some overlooked detail, a tear in the fabric of this horrifying illusion. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The room seemed to mock him with its serene order, its tranquil, undisturbed elegance. But, where is he? Raxol whispered, the words barely escaping his parched lips. His voice, usually so commanding, was reduced to a hoarse rasp. He was here. I left him here. He was dead. He spun around, confronting Dubois, a fierce, desperate light in his eyes. You saw him, didn't you? I mean, my daughter and I saw him. The body was right there. He pointed an accusatory finger at the perfectly made bed, the gesture futile and pathetic. Dubois, ever the picture of unruffled professionalism, surveyed the room with a calm, deliberate gaze. He stepped further in, his head tilting slightly as he examined the surfaces. His expression remained utterly neutral, a mask of practiced indifference. Monsieur Raxol, with all due respect, he began, his voice smooth as polished mahogany, I see nothing. No sign of a body, no disturbance, no indication whatsoever that anything untoward has occurred in this suite. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Are you quite certain of the room number? Perhaps you made a mistake in the excitement. Raxol felt a surge of cold F. Chapter 6, Nella Sleuthing. The opulent lobby of the Grand Babylon Hotel hums with its usual refined activity. Nella, dressed in a smart, understated traveling suit, sits discreetly by a potted palm, a neglected teacup at her side. Her gaze is not fixed on the immediate chatter, but rather sweeping, assessing, taking everything in. She is restless, a vibrant American spirit chafing against the passive role she has been forced into since the previous night's dramatic events involving the Prince and Duke. Her fingers tap a silent rhythm on her knee. Nella to herself, a whisper of frustration, another day of waiting. Another day of polite smiles and veiled whispers. This isn't how things are done. Not by me, at least. George is off somewhere, probably with Teddy, plotting or reassuring, and I'm supposed to simply sit. As if I'm made for sitting. The very notion makes my skin crawl. There's a mystery afoot, a genuine, thorny, dangerous mystery, and I find myself relegated to the sidelines. That simply will not do. My instincts, which have never steered me wrong, are practically screaming. Her eyes narrow slightly, catching sight of a woman emerging from one of the hotel's more secluded corridors. The woman is elegantly dressed, perhaps a little too severely, in a dark velvet gown, her face partially obscured by a delicate, but heavy, veil. Her posture is ramrod straight, almost rigid, and she carries a small, ornate handbag clutched tightly to her chest. There is an unmistakable air of urgency about her, though she tries to mask it with an unnatural calm. She seems to actively avoid eye contact, her movements precise, almost mechanical. Nella's senses immediately go on high alert. This is not a casual guest taking an afternoon stroll. Nella internal monologue now, who is that? I've seen enough society women to know the difference between casual elegance and something intentional. She looks like she's leaving for good, but with a clandestine air about her. The way she holds that bag, the way her eyes dart without actually meeting anyone else's. She's too careful. Far too careful for someone merely checking out. This is not a departure, this is an escape. Or perhaps, a rendezvous. Yes, a rendezvous. And a secret one at that. There's a story there, I can feel it. A thread, waiting to be pulled. And I, Nella Ransom, am precisely the person to do the pulling. It's an opportunity, a direct answer to my internal plea for action. The universe, it seems, agrees with my assessment that sitting around achieves precisely nothing. This could be connected. It just has to be. The timing is too perfect, the air of secrecy too pronounced. The woman approaches the grand entrance, speaking in low tones to a waiting doorman. A private hansom cab, plain but impeccably maintained, pulls up almost instantly. She steps into it with a swift, almost furtive motion, and the cab immediately sets off into the bustling London streets. Nella's decision is instantaneous, a flash of pure, unadulterated resolve. She drains her teacup, her earlier ennui completely vanished, replaced by a focused intensity. Nella allowed, to a passing pageboy a cab, quickly. I need to follow that hansom. Do you see it? The dark one, just turning the corner. Urgency, boy. My life depends on it, almost. The pageboy, startled but accustomed to the eccentricities of wealthy guests, scrambles to obey. Nella rises, straightening her suit with a decisive gesture. Her pulse quickens, a thrill of anticipation mixed with a healthy dose of trepidation. She is venturing into the unknown, leaving the gilded cage of the Grand Babylon for the labyrinthine streets of London, all in pursuit of a hunch. But it is a strong hunch, one that resonates deeply with the strange events that have embroiled her and George. Nella's cab weaves through the congested thoroughfares of London, a relentless pursuit through a maze of horse-drawn carriages, omnibuses, and bustling pedestrians. The city is a riot of noise and movement. Nella leans forward, her eyes fixed on the receding hansom. Her driver is skilled, navigating the chaos. Chapter 7, The Prince's Arrival. Scene start. Sound of distant, muffled city sounds, the genteel hum of conversation from the Grand Babylon Hotel's grand lobby, then a distinct, authoritative series of footsteps approaching, growing clearer with each beat. The very air seems to shift, subtle but palpable. The opulent, high-ceilinged corridors of the Grand Babylon Hotel, usually a bustling tapestry of wealthy travelers and discreet servants, seemed to hold their breath. Nella, standing beside Mr. Cave in a discreet alcove near the main entrance, felt an instinctive prickle of anticipation, a sensation that had become increasingly familiar since their curious, almost fantastical entanglement in the hotel's bewildering mysteries. She had been discussing the peculiarities of their situation, the unsettling, almost alarming silence from Prince Eugene, with Mr. Cave, when the very air around them seemed to thicken, to coalesce with an unspoken power. Mr. Cave low, almost a whispered premonition, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Is that? Could it be him? The very air shifts, doesn't it, Mr. Cave? A different caliber of guest entirely. A figure emerged from the depths of the foyer, moving with a controlled grace that commanded attention without overt effort, a natural regality woven into every line of his posture. He was taller than Nella had imagined, his frame lean but powerful, with a bearing that spoke not merely of wealth, but of generations of command, of ancient lineage and inherent authority. His dark, intelligent eyes swept the room with an almost aristocratic disdain for the mundane, pausing briefly, almost imperceptibly, on Nella, a flicker of something unreadable, before moving on to Mr. Cave, then with a distinct, deliberate return, back to Nella. His attire was impeccable, a dark, perfectly tailored suit that hinted at military precision beneath its civilian elegance, a stark contrast to Eugene's often more flamboyant choices. This was no ordinary guest. This was Prince Aribert of Posen, uncle to the very Prince Eugene whose current whereabouts had become a pressing, increasingly ominous, unspoken question between Nella and Mr. Cave. Prince Aribert, his voice, rich and resonant, carried across the short distance with an inherent authority, imbued with an underlying urgency that cut through the hotel's ambient noise. Mr. Cave, I presume? My apologies for the abruptness of my arrival, and for any inconvenience this may cause your meticulously run establishment. Events, I assure you, have necessitated a certain, unforgivable haste. Mr. Cave stepping forward, executing a deferential bow with practiced ease, his usual composure slightly ruffled by the prince's intense gaze. Indeed, Your Royal Highness. It is an honor, an unexpected privilege, to welcome you to the Grand Babylon. We had not, truthfully, expected your esteemed presence quite so soon. Prince Aribert, his full attention now settled on Nella, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, a fleeting shadow of amusement. His gaze was direct, penetrating, yet carried an undeniable warmth, a quiet acknowledgement of her presence that felt profoundly personal. And you, my dear lady, with the remarkable poise I've come to expect from the descriptions, must be Miss Nella. My nephew, Eugene, has spoken of you, rather extensively, I must confess. More than he usually speaks of anyone outside his immediate circle. Nella, a slight, involuntary blush, a flush of unexpected warmth, but her inherent composure remained intact. Her voice was clear, confident, meeting his penetrating gaze without the slightest hint of flinching, a challenge in her own right, Your Royal Highness. It is a peculiar pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Though I confess, I am quite perplexed as to why Prince Eugene, of all people, would find cause to speak of me so extensively. Our interactions, few as they have been brief, and rather unconventional, to say the least. Marked by more questions than answers. Prince Aribert, a low, melodious chuckle, a sound that seemed to draw her in, creating an immediate. Chapter 8, The Wine Cellar Trap. UND of footsteps echoing slightly on damp stone, the distant, almost imperceptible clinking of bottles from unseen shelves. The Grand Babylon Hotel, a labyrinth of luxury and intrigue, held secrets in every shadow, every ornate corridor, every whisper carried on the hushed air of its opulent suites. But nowhere did the past breathe heavier, or the mysteries run deeper, than beneath its very foundations. Miles of forgotten catacombs, rumor had it, stretched beneath London's bustling, indifferent streets, and nestled within these ancient pathways lay the legendary wine cellars. William Wraxall, a man whose colossal fortune allowed him every conceivable whim and whose insatiable nature perpetually demanded answers, found himself inexorably drawn to them. It wasn't merely the superficial lure of vintage claret or rare, effervescent champagne, it was the sheer, unexplored scale, the quiet, almost solemn promise of the unknown that tugged at his adventurous spirit. Wraxall vo thoughtful, a distinct thread of unease beginning to weave through his curiosity. Funny, isn't it? How a man can truly own such a magnificent edifice, this monument to indulgence, and yet know so tragically little of its deepest, most hidden arteries. Everyone speaks of the dazzling opulence above, the gleaming, polished ballrooms, the suites fit for emperors and queens. But what truly anchors it all? What provides its silent, unwavering strength? The foundations, of course. The roots that plunge deep into the earth. And in this particular case, the very beating heart of history, murmuring silently in the perennial dark. The cellars. Sound of a heavy, groaning oak door being slowly pushed open, revealing a deeper, much cooler silence. The very quality of the air changes dramatically, it becomes palpably damp, carries the rich, earthy scent of ancient soil, and a faint, sweet, almost intoxicating perfume of aged wine. Raxol takes a heavy brass gas lantern from a hook near the entrance, its yellow light pushing back the encroaching shadows, causing them to dance long and grotesque on the rough-hewn walls. He descended a winding, uneven stone staircase, each step echoing into the cavernous space. The air grew perceptibly, almost shockingly, cooler with every inch he dropped, sending a shiver of both anticipation and apprehension down his spine. The pervasive scent of damp earth and ancient, fermenting wine filled his nostrils, a complex, heady perfume that spoke not just of simple storage, but of centuries of quiet slumber, of untold stories bottled and preserved. The persistent, unwavering glow of his lantern bravely pushed back the encroaching, hungry darkness, revealing not mere utilitarian storage rooms, but a veritable subterranean city dedicated to Bacchus himself. Massive vaulted ceilings arched overhead, disappearing into impenetrable gloom. Enormous oak casks, their staves dark and scarred with age, line the broader passages, and shelf upon seemingly endless shelf stretched into an impossible, hazy distance, laden with bottles of every conceivable shape and size, each one a silent sentinel of time. Dust motes, thick as fine powder, danced and swirled in the lantern light like tiny, golden, ephemeral spirits, caught in an eternal, slow-motion waltz. Raxol VO. Initially awestruck, then a subtle, unsettling shift to suspicion, his voice lower, more guarded, incredible. Truly, utterly incredible. A treasure trove beyond imagining. Each bottle not just a drink, but a story, a vintage from a bygone era, whispering of forgotten summers and triumphant harvests. One could dedicate an entire lifetime simply to cataloging this liquid history, this bottled time capsule. But there's a silence here. Not the peaceful, comforting quiet of deep, untroubled sleep, but rather the watchful, almost sentient stillness of something profoundly ancient, something waiting. Or perhaps, something listening to my every breath, my every tentative step. Sound of a soft, irregular drip somewhere in the vast distance. Raxley's footsteps, once confident, are no. Chapter 9, The Secret Passage. The Grand Babylon Hotel. Chapter 9, The Secret Passage. Scene start. Int. Grand Babylon Hotel, Raxley's suite. Night sound of distant city hum. A clock softly ticking. Raxol lies awake in his opulent bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. The luxury of the room feels oppressive, almost a facade. He pulls himself up, sits on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. He is a man consumed by an unsettling quiet, a gnawing suspicion that has rooted itself deep within his mind. The air in the room, usually still and heavy with the scent of old money, now seems to hum with unspoken secrets. Every shadow cast by the moonlight filtering through the tall windows seems to hold a clandestine whisper, a hint of something profoundly amiss within the very walls of this grand establishment. The silence is not peaceful, it's a tense, watchful quiet, pregnant with the weight of unseen events. Raxol Vo. Another night, another sleepless vigil. The Grand Duke disappeared without a trace, a phantom prince in a phantom hotel. And yet, everyone carries on, oblivious, or perhaps, feigning ignorance with an artistry that would make the most seasoned actor weep with envy. What kind of hotel is this, that royalty vanishes and life continues as if merely a serviette has been misplaced? The question burns, a relentless ember in the heart of my American practicality. This isn't just incompetence, it's a deliberate, chilling absence of concern. Something is profoundly wrong, deeply embedded in the very foundations of this supposed haven of European elegance. He gets up, paces the room. He glances at his reflection in a large, ornate mirror. His face is etched with a mixture of frustration and a dangerous glint of curiosity. He's not a man to be easily deterred, especially not when his instincts are screaming at him. The hotel feels less like a building and more like a carefully constructed deception, an elaborate stage where a play of immense consequence is being performed, and he, Raxol, has inadvertently stumbled onto the set, uninvited. The heavy draperies, the polished mahogany, the intricate plasterwork, all of it now feels like a meticulously crafted illusion designed to conceal a far darker reality. Raxol VO. They think me a mere businessman, a man of commerce, easily distracted by profit margins and stock reports. They underestimate the tenacity of an American who has built an empire from scratch. I've learned to see beyond the glossy exterior, to sniff out the rot beneath the veneer of respectability. And here, in the Grand Babylon, the rot is not just present, it's thriving, a festering secret beneath layers of velvet and gold. He walks to the door, opens it slightly, peering into the silent corridor. The gas lamps cast long, dancing shadows. No one. The silence is absolute, almost unnatural for a hotel of this size and supposed activity. It's too quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes a storm, or worse, the kind of quiet that means nefarious deeds are being conducted without interruption. He feels a prickle of adrenaline, a thrill mixed with apprehension. He has to know. The urge is irresistible, a compelling force driving him forward into the unknown. Raxol VO. I recall the strange feeling yesterday, near the old service stairwell, the one rarely used. A draft, where there should have been none. A slight give in the wall paneling, almost imperceptible. A trick of the light, I told myself then. But now, with the Grand Duke a ghost and my intuition screaming, I see it differently. These are not coincidences. These are clues, fragments of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. Hint. Raxoli's soft footsteps, distant creaking Raxol moves stealthily through the hushed corridors. He is no spy, but he moves with an unexpected grace, his large frame melting into the shadows. He passes portraits of stern-faced ancestors, tapestries depicting forgotten battles, and rows of locked service doors. The air grows colder here, slightly damp, carrying the faint, metallic scent of old iron and dust. This part of the hotel feels forgot. Chapter 10: The Return of Jules. The gas light flickered erratically against the rain-slicked cobblestones, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and warped with every gust of wind. George Raxol shivered, though not from the chill of the November night. A different kind of cold, a creeping dread, had settled in his bones. He leaned closer to the grimy window of the deserted tea merchant's office they had commandeered for their vigil, the musty smell of forgotten spices mingling with the damp air. Beside him, Nell, ever vigilant, stood absolutely still, her breath barely fogging the pain. "Another night, Nell," Raxol murmured, his voice a low growl of frustration. "Another endless, pointless watch. My belief in these shadows grows thin, like a threadbare coat." Nell's gaze remained fixed on the narrow, clandestine alleyway behind the Grand Babylon Hotel. This was not the grand entrance, nor the bustling service yard, but a forgotten nook, a place for secrets and illicit rendezvous. "Patience, Father," she replied, her tone a calm counterpoint to his agitated spirit. "Shadows are patient creatures themselves. They wait for the opportune moment to reveal their true form. And I still believe. My instinct tells me this Jules was never merely a waiter." Raxol sighed, the sound heavy with the weight of unanswered questions. "A waiter, a boy, a phantom. He served us champagne with such impeccable grace, such unassuming diligence. To think he could be anything more. It seems preposterous, Nell. Yet, the disappearance, the lingering unease, the strange atmosphere in the hotel since his departure, it gnaws at me." He rubbed his temples, a gesture of profound weariness. "This whole affair, this attempt on Prince George, the whispers of revolution, it's all connected, I am sure of it. But how, and by whom?" Suddenly, Nell stiffened, her hand shooting out to grip his arm with an almost painful intensity. Her eyes, usually so composed, widened slightly, a flash of recognition, then a flicker of pure shock. "Father," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the drumming rain. "Look." Raxoli's gaze snapped back to the alley. A figure had emerged from the deeper shadows, walking with a familiar, almost unnervingly fluid grace. The man was no longer in the crisp white uniform of a Grand Babylon waiter. Instead, he wore a dark, impeccably tailored overcoat, its collar turned up against the elements, and a wide-brimmed hat that obscured much of his face. But there was no mistaking the lean, agile build, the distinctive way he held himself. "My God," Raxol breathed, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Jules. It was undeniably him. The erstwhile waiter, the vanished servant, now looked less like a hotel employee and more like a character from a clandestine novel, a figure of dangerous intrigue. His posture exuded an air of quiet authority, a subtle menace that had been entirely absent during his time at the hotel. Raxol felt a surge of adrenaline, sharpening his senses. The weariness of the long watch evaporated, replaced by a thrilling, terrifying clarity. Jules paused beneath the dim glow of a flickering gas lamp, glancing around with a quick, practiced sweep, his movements economical and precise. He was clearly looking for someone. Raxol and Nell held their breath, pressed against the window pane, their hearts thudding a frantic rhythm against their ribs. Moments later, two more figures materialized from the opposite end of the alley. They were older men, cloaked and hatted, their faces obscured, their very presence radiating a sense of grim purpose. They moved with a discreet haste, their footsteps barely audible above the patter of the rain. There was a palpable tension in the air, a silent agreement of profound secrecy. Jules met them. There were no elaborate greetings, no theatrical gestures. Just a curt nod, a brief exchange of hushed words that were lost to the wind and rain, an indistinguishable murmur. Then, a small, dark leather-bound object was passed from one of the older men to Jules. It looked like a small book or a thick. Chapter 11, The Telegram. The air within the Grand Babylon Hotel, for all its opulence and grandeur, had grown thick with an invisible tension. Beyond the shimmering chandeliers and the hushed elegance of the dining rooms, a different kind of game was being played, a silent, deadly skirmish in the shadows. This was the true theater of information warfare, where whispers were weapons and coded messages held the fate of nations. Lord Aribert, with Nella by his side, found himself at the very heart of it. The previous encounters, the near misses, the veiled threats, they had all been precursors to this moment, a turning point where deciphering a mere sheet of paper could ignite or avert a catastrophe. Nella, the silence in Aribert's private study was almost suffocating, broken only by the crackle of the dying fire in the hearth. A single lamp cast a circle of intense light on the desk, illuminating the object of their immediate, desperate attention. It was a telegram, innocently fragile, yet radiating an almost palpable malevolence. Aribert, it arrived just an hour ago, Aribert said, his voice a low rumble, devoid of his usual playful lilt. Delivered by one of my, less conspicuous contacts. Intended, he believes, for Prince Adolf. Nella leaned closer, her eyes scanning the neatly typed lines of gibberish. Her brow furrowed in concentration. It's a code, clearly. Not one I recognize immediately, though. She traced a finger along the peculiar sequence of letters and numbers. The sender's name is simply X. How very cliché, and yet utterly menacing. Aribert pushed a magnifying glass across the polished wood. Cliché perhaps, but effective. This X is known to employ several distinct ciphers. We've had some success with his earlier work, but this feels different. More intricate. He adjusted his spectacles, his gaze sharp and analytical. We believe it's a critical communication. The timing suggests a meeting of the conspirators is imminent, or a significant move in their plans. Nella, a significant move, Nella repeated, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. She thought of the unsettling rumors, the veiled threats to the stability of Europe, the ruthless ambition of Prince Adolf. This isn't just a game of spies anymore, is it, Aribert? This is about stopping something truly terrible from happening. Her voice was tight with a newly discovered resolve. The thought of innocent lives, perhaps even entire nations, caught in the crossfire of this machination, spurred her on. Her mind, usually occupied with social niceties and the occasional daring escapade, now sharpened with an urgent purpose. Aribert indeed, Nella. This is a matter of profound consequence. Every moment we spend staring at this cipher is a moment they gain. We must crack it. He pulled out several sheets of paper covered in complex tables and seemingly random letter sequences. I've been working on a few possibilities based on known patterns. Substitution ciphers, polyalphabetic variations, but nothing quite fits the rhythm of this particular sequence. He pointed to a recurring letter block. Notice this QZLX sequence. It appears here, and again here, slightly modified. Nella's eyes narrowed. She took a fresh sheet of paper and a pencil. Let's try a frequency analysis first, shallow though it may be. Even the most complex ciphers often betray a common letter distribution. The English language, for all its richness, has its habits. She began jotting down the letters, making tally marks with a swift, decisive hand. Her mind raced, sifting through memories of puzzles and word games, training her didn't even realize she had. And the numbers. Are they part of the cipher, or merely line indicators? Ari Bert, good question. Some ciphers embed numerical shifts, others use numbers as nulls to confuse. Let's assume for now they are part of the encryption. The repetition of that QZLX is intriguing. Could it be a keyword? Or a common prefix or suffix disguised? Aribert leaned back, watching Nella work. He admired her clarity of thought, her F. Chapter 12, To Ostend. The opulence, the suffocating, gilded cage of the Grand Babylon Hotel, had become, in that moment, an anathema. Every plush carpet, every crystal chandelier, every murmuring conversation suddenly felt like a chain, binding me to inaction when every fiber of my being screamed for speed, for pursuit, for the open, untamed air. They had fled. My lovely Anna, my beautiful Anna, was, for the moment, safe, but the web, the sinister, silken web of Prince Edgar and his elusive co-conspirators, still stretched, still threatened. Ostend. That was the destination. The whisper of the port, the rumor of a ship named Fascination, a vessel as deceptive as its owner, was all I had. And it was enough. More than enough. It was a beacon, a challenge, a declaration of war against the placid complacency I had, until now, so foolishly embraced. The very air of the hotel, usually so still and scented, now felt cloying, a suffocating blanket preventing any real movement, any decisive action. I felt a desperate need to break free, to exchange the predictable comforts for the raw, unpredictable reality of the hunt. This was no longer a game played on plush carpets, it was a desperate race across unforgiving waters. Raxol strides purposefully through the hotel lobby, ignoring the curious glances. His normally impeccable attire is slightly disheveled, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He barks orders into a telephone, his voice low but urgent, a stark contrast to the usual hushed tones of the establishment. Raxol into phone, sharp, direct a yacht. Immediately. The fastest vessel available in London capable of crossing the Channel tonight. Money is no object. Name your price. Speed is paramount. And a crew. Experienced. Discreet. Yes, I understand the hour. I understand everything except failure. Tell me where to meet it. within the hour. Do not fail me. He slams the receiver down, a sound that echoes with uncharacteristic force in the cavernous lobby. Anna appears, her face etched with concern, but also a quiet determination that matches his own. She is wrapped in a thick traveling cloak, ready. Anna, Mr. Raxol. Are you certain of this? The sea, it can be unforgiving. Raxol turning to her, his gaze softening momentarily before steeling itself again. Unforgiving? My dear Anna, it is less unforgiving than the viper's nest we leave behind. They believe they have escaped. They believe they are beyond reach. They are mistaken. Grievously so. We will follow. We must. The stakes are too high. Your safety, the very fabric of justice itself, depends upon it. Besides, a little discomfort is a small price to pay for the truth, wouldn't you agree? This hotel, with all its grandeur, has become a place of stagnant deception. The sea, for all its potential wrath, offers clarity. Anna, a faint, weary smile touches her lips. If you say so, Mr. Raxol. I confess, I prefer the predictable luxury of a suite to the unpredictable lurch of a ship. But if that is where the chase leads, then that is where I shall go. Your conviction is, if nothing else, compelling. Raxol taking her arm, guiding her towards the main entrance. Good. Then let us embrace the compelling. A cab awaits. We waste not another second in this gilded prison. The true adventure, it seems, always begins when you leave the confines of the familiar. They exit the hotel, the grand doors closing behind them, sealing off the world of polished marble and hushed whispers from the impending journey. EXT London docks, night. The scene shifts abruptly. Gone are the soft lights and hushed tones. Here, the air is thick with the smell of brine, coal smoke, and damp earth. Cranes loom like skeletal giants against the bruised night sky. The rhythmic slap of water against hulls is the new soundtrack. Raxol, Anna, and a small, wiry man named Captain Blackwood, whose face is a roadmap of weathered lines, stand beside a sleek, fast-looking motor yacht, the Wave Crest. The yacht, though not enormous, clearly boasts speed and modern design. Its engines are already thrumming with anticipation. Capta. Chapter 13, The Royal Conspiracy. Scene, a small, secluded private dining room within the labyrinthine Grand Babylon Hotel, long past midnight. The remnants of a forgotten supper sit on a side table, untouched. Anna, her hair slightly disheveled, paces restlessly, her mind a whirlwind of unanswered questions. Mr. Peters sits hunched over a collection of documents and maps spread across a heavy oak table, his spectacles perched low on his nose, his expression one of weary frustration. A single gas lamp casts dancing shadows that seem to mock their lack of progress. Anna, muttering, to herself more than to Peters, her voice taut with exasperation, "No, it simply doesn't add up. Not for ransom. Not for mere money. They've had ample opportunity to make demands, to send forth their terms, yet, nothing. Just this deafening, unsettling silence, save for those absurd, coded messages that lead nowhere, tantalizing us with false hope. It's almost as if they want us to chase phantoms." Mr. Peters, without looking up, his voice gravelly, tinged with a similar weariness. "Perhaps they're playing a longer game, Anna. A more intricate, more lucrative one. These high-stakes games often have hidden hands, unseen puppet masters pulling strings. We've checked the usual suspects, the known rivals for the throne, the disgruntled factions, all dead ends or too small time for a move this audacious, this terrifyingly precise." Anna stops pacing, turns sharply, her frustration giving way to a nascent, chilling insight. Exactly. Audacious. This isn't the work of common thugs, nor even ambitious but small-minded courtiers seeking a quick favor. This has the distinct scent of grander power, Mr. Peters. Power so absolute it believes itself utterly untouchable, capable of manipulating even royalty itself. She walks to the table, her gaze sweeping over the scattered papers, then focuses on a particular document. Anna, look at this, the meticulous detail. The timing. Prince Eugene's disappearance coincided precisely with the final draft of the new succession treaty being presented to the king. A treaty that, if ratified in its current form, would significantly alter the balance of power within the kingdom, potentially favoring certain lesser houses, ones that have been historically ambitious. Mr. Peters raises an eyebrow, finally looking at her, a furrow deepening between his brows. "You're suggesting, what? That Eugene is merely a pawn in a vast, constitutional chess game? That's a leap, Anna," even for the outlandish goings-on in this hotel, but it's beginning to make a terrifying kind of sense. Anna leaning over the table, her finger tapping a specific point on a map of the fictional kingdom, her conviction growing. Consider the lineage, Mr. Peters. Prince Eugen is the direct heir, unimpeachable, universally beloved. His very existence guarantees the stability of the current line, a beacon of continuity and order. What happens if he were removed? Not necessarily killed, mind you, though that might be a last resort for them in their desperation. Just unavailable for a prolonged, crucial period, a period designed to coincide with critical governmental decisions. Mr. Peters, his eyes widen slightly as the implications begin to truly dawn on him. Unavailable as leverage. You mean they're holding him to force the king's hand on that treaty? To sign it, against his will, thereby conceding significant power and perhaps altering the very course of the monarchy for generations. Anna nods slowly, her eyes alight with dawning comprehension and a flicker of dread, but also a fierce determination, or, more subtly, to force a renegotiation, a redrawing of the lines of succession. Or, perhaps, a marital alliance. Think, Mr. Peters. The young Princess Amelia of the North March Duchy, a distant cousin, yes, but strategically positioned, her family historically ambitious and yearning for greater influence. Her house has been clamoring for greater sway, for a more central role in the succession for generations. What if they engineered Eugen's disappearance to force a betrothal? To unite the lines, legitimizing. Chapter 14, The Confrontation at Sea. The gray, turbulent waters of the North Sea churn under a sky still bleeding faint streaks of orange and violet from the departed night. The air is sharp, bracing, carrying the tang of salt and distant diesel. Raxley's yacht, the Golden Fleece, a magnificent vessel, cuts through the waves with a purposeful, relentless drive. Her engines thrum a powerful bass note that vibrates through the deck. A spray of cold water arcs over the bow with every plunge, glinting momentarily in the nascent light before dissolving back into the vastness. Raxol, a man whose very presence suggests unyielding resolve and formidable wealth, stands at the helm, his face grim, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His broad shoulders are set. He wears a heavy, oilskin coat, the collar pulled high against the biting wind. His jaw is clenched. He breathes deeply, the chill air filling his lungs, sharpening his focus. Beside him, Miss Van Eyck, pale but equally determined, grips the railing, her eyes also strained towards the vanishing point where the sky meets the sea. Her expression is a mixture of concern and unwavering faith in her father. She shivers, but not from the cold alone. Raxol's voice like gravel, cutting through the wind. They're not making much headway. Not with that tub. Our advantage, Minnie, is speed and resolution. They think they can simply disappear into the wide blue yonder with Marjorie Fairfax. They have another thing coming. The Grand Babylon doesn't let its guests vanish without a trace. Not when Raxol is involved. Miss Van Eyck, her voice soft, but clear. Father, are you certain? This is incredibly dangerous. What if they're armed? What if they resist? Raxol, a dry, humorless chuckle escapes him. Armed? Of course, they're armed. These aristocratic scoundrels always are. It gives them a sense of entitlement to villainy. As for resistance, that's where the negotiation comes in. American style. Direct. Uncompromising. He gestures to the helmsman, a grizzled, taciturn man named Finch, who nods in understanding, adjusting the course slightly. Raxol to Finch, full steam ahead. Finch. Close the distance. I want to see the color of their paint. A speck on the horizon begins to resolve itself into a distinct shape. A smaller, less opulent steam yacht, dark against the brightening sky, clearly straining to outrun its pursuer. It's the Seagull, Prince Aribert's vessel, identified from intelligence gathered with Raxol's characteristic efficiency. The chase has been long, stretching through the dark hours of the night, a relentless pursuit across the choppy North Sea. The tension aboard the Golden Fleece is palpable, a tight coil of anticipation and dread. Every member of Raxol's hand-picked crew moves with a silent, practiced urgency, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The distance between the two yachts diminishes steadily. The Golden Fleece, with her superior engines and Raxol's unwavering command, is unmistakably gaining. The white foam churning at her bow is a testament to her power. Raxol's voice now sharper, a predatory edge. There they are. The prince and princess, likely congratulating themselves on their cleverness. Such a pity to interrupt their self-admiration. As they draw closer, details of the Seagull become visible. The ship looks somewhat battered, less maintained than Raxley's pristine vessel. Figures can be seen on deck, small at first, then growing clearer. Prince Aribert, a slender, dark figure, peering back with a telescope, and Princess Zimzim, a flash of something luxurious even at this distance, standing imperiously beside him. Raxol to his crew, his voice suddenly booming across the deck, prepare to board. Grappling hooks ready. Rigging prepared for swift transfer. I want our lads across that deck the moment we're close enough. No hesitation. A flurry of controlled activity erupts. Sailors, rugged and efficient, move to their stations. Ropes are coiled, hooks inspected. The air vibrates with the roar of the engines and the rising wind. Raxol himself strides towards the bow. Chapter 15. The rescue failed. A dilapidated hunting lodge. Night. The air inside the abandoned hunting lodge is thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. Moonlight, struggling through grimy window panes, casts long, distorted shadows across the stone floor. Dust motes dance in the faint beams, swirling like phantom figures. The silence is profound, almost oppressive, broken only by the faint creak of old timbers and the shallow breathing of the intruders. Mr. Raxol, his usually impeccable attire now slightly disheveled from travel, moves with a predatory grace. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, scan every corner, every recess. Beside him, Miss Peters, wrapped in a thick, practical coat, clutches a small, leather-bound bag. Her face is pale, but her gaze is fixed on Raxol, a blend of anxiety and unwavering trust. Behind them, two burly, silent men associates Raxol had acquired for this specific task stand ready, their presence a solid, menacing backdrop. Raxol voice low, a gravelly whisper that carries immense authority. Careful. They knew we were coming, or at least that someone might. This place, it's too quiet. Too empty. Miss Peters nods, swallowing hard. Her breath fogs slightly in the cold air. She strains her ears, listening for anything, a rustle, a distant murmur, anything to betray life. But there is nothing. Just the vast, echoing emptiness. Miss Peters whispering back, her voice barely a tremor. You think they've moved him, Mr. Raxol? After all this way? All this planning? Raxley's jaw tightens. A muscle twitches in his cheek. The meticulous planning, the covered travel, the immense risk, all hanging in the balance. He feels a cold knot of dread beginning to form in his stomach, battling fiercely with his innate optimism. Raxol, I won't speculate. Not yet. We proceed as planned. Sweep the premises. Every room, every cupboard, every shadowed corner. He gestures to the two men, who move with practiced efficiency, fanning out into the various connecting rooms, their heavy boots making barely a sound on the ancient floorboards. The sounds of their methodical searching, a distant scrape, a muffled thud, are unnerving in the overwhelming silence. Raxol himself moves towards a heavy, oak door at the far end of what appears to be the main hall, his hand instinctively going to the small, concealed pistol he carries. Miss Peters follows, her eyes wide, darting from one shadow to another. The weight of their mission, the life of a prince, presses heavily upon her. She can feel the disappointment, the creeping sense of failure, starting to seep into the very air around them. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang echoes from one of the adjacent rooms. It's followed by a grunt of surprise, then a muffled thud. Raxol reacts instantly, drawing his pistol and moving with astonishing speed towards the sound. Miss Peters gasps, her hand flying to her mouth, her heart hammering against her ribs. Raxol sharply, a command rather than a question, what was that? He bursts into a small, windowless room that had once perhaps been a pantry. The scene that greets them is chaotic. One of Raxol's men has a rough-looking individual, clearly a henchman, pinned against a wall. The henchman is struggling, cursing in a low, guttural language, his eyes wide with fear and fury. The other associate is quickly securing the room, ensuring no escape. Raxol, his voice now dangerously calm, his pistol aimed steadily at the henchman. Well, it seems our reception wasn't entirely devoid of company after all. The henchman, a burly man with a week's growth of beard and shifty eyes, ceases his struggles when he sees Raxol's cold, unwavering gaze. He seems to shrink, his bravado instantly evaporating. Raxol to his men, secure him and search this room thoroughly. Find anything that tells us where they went. The men efficiently bind the henchman's wrists and ankles, then gag him. They begin a methodical search, upending crates, examining crevices in the walls. Meanwhile, Raxol approaches the terrified captive, his expression utterly devoid of W. Chapter 16, Back to Babylon. Chapter 16, Back to Babylon int. Carriage, day. The carriage rumbles along, carrying Anna, Lady Agatha, Mr. Raxol, and Samson. The journey from the quiet countryside back to the bustling heart of London is a stark contrast. The city's cacophony begins to assert itself, a jarring symphony after the recent silence. Sunlight, pale and diffused by the urban haze, filters through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Each character is lost in their own thoughts, the events of the past days weighing heavily. The air inside the carriage is thick with unspoken tension, a silence more profound than the countryside's peace, now replaced by the growing din of urban life. The faces of the passengers reflect the weight of their experiences. Lady Agatha's, serene yet troubled; Anna's, thoughtful and apprehensive; Raxol's, resolute and stern; Samson's, vigilant and weary. The anticipation of their return to the hotel, the scene of so much recent turmoil, is a palpable presence within the small confines of the vehicle. Anna softly, almost to herself, her gaze fixed on the passing brickwork. It feels like a different world we are returning to, not the one we left behind. The peace of the countryside seems a lifetime ago already. Lady Agatha nods slowly, her fingers absently tracing the pattern on her glove. Indeed, my dear. The air itself feels charged with expectation, doesn't it? As if the city knows what we have endured, what we carry back within these walls. The calm before the storm always leaves behind a ripple. Mr. Raxol sits opposite them, his posture rigid, his eyes sharp and unblinking. He surveys the city with a proprietary intensity, a hawk returning to its nest after a long, arduous hunt. The lines around his mouth are etched deeper, and his brow is furrowed in a perpetual state of calculation. His gaze occasionally flickers to Samson, who sits beside him, equally stoic, but with a subtle weariness in his shoulders that even his rigid posture cannot entirely conceal. The memory of the pursuit, the danger, the betrayal, is etched on Raxol's every feature, hardening him further. Mr. Raxol, voice low, gravelly, a metallic rasp. The Grand Babylon. It waits. And we, its masters, return to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Every stone, every servant, Every shadow will remember whose command they serve. Samson quietly, his voice a steady counterpoint to Raxali's intensity. The preparations have been made, sir. Security is at its highest, as per your explicit instructions. The perimeters are secured. The staff, the ones remaining, have been reminded of their duties thoroughly. Anna, a faint shiver runs down her spine, despite the warmth of the carriage, reminded, or warned, Samson. There's a difference, a rather significant one, wouldn't you say? Raxol does not answer directly, but a faint, almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw is enough of a response. The carriage slows, turning onto a grand avenue. In the distance, the colossal silhouette of the Grand Babylon Hotel begins to dominate the skyline, a monument of stone and glass rising like a defiant challenge against the heavens. It no longer appears as a symbol of luxury and indulgence, but rather as an imposing, formidable fortress, its myriad windows like countless watchful eyes, scrutinizing, judging, observing. Its sheer scale seems to have grown, an architectural manifestation of Raxali's unyielding will. The grandeur is still there, but now it carries a new, darker aura of power and control. Lady Agatha, her voice a low murmur of awe and apprehension, her hand gently touching Anna's. Look at it, Anna. It seems more immense than before, more impregnable. It has absorbed the very essence of our struggles, hasn't it? It reflects the battles that have raged and continue to rage within its very walls. It's no longer simply a hotel. The carriage finally pulls up to the main entrance. The usual flurry of activity, the bustling porters and doormen, is noticeably subdued. The uniformed staff move with a new, almost military precision. Chapter 17, The State Ball. The air is thick with the sweet scent of lilies and the sharp tang of expensive champagne. Thousands of crystal droplets from chandeliers above cascade diamond light onto the polished parquet floor, reflecting the shimmering gowns of the women and the stark black and white elegance of the men. A symphony orchestra, tucked away on a raised dais adorned with velvet and gold, swells into a lively waltz, its melody a complex tapestry of joy and underlying tension. Hundreds of guests, a veritable who's who of European aristocracy, minor royalty, and the impossibly wealthy, swirl and glide, their laughter and murmurs forming a continuous, low hum beneath the music. Jewels flash, feathers tremble, and the elaborate coiffures of the ladies stand like architectural marvels, each a testament to hours of meticulous effort. This is not merely a ball, it is a declaration of power, an assertion of status, a carefully orchestrated illusion of effortless grandeur. Nella, dressed in a relatively modest but elegant gown of deep sapphire, stands near one of the immense arched windows, seemingly lost in admiration of the city lights far below. Her eyes, however, are constantly in motion, sweeping over the undulating sea of faces, cataloging every prominent figure, every suspicious shadow. Her heart thrums a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a counterpoint to the elegant waltz. She feels utterly out of place, a fragile sparrow amidst a flock of peacocks, yet her resolve is a steel rod down her spine. The very opulence is a disguise, a magnificent, glittering veil drawn over something sinister. High society camouflage, indeed. It's impossible to pick out a single face in this moving tapestry, let alone track a specific group. A guest, an elderly woman draped in pearls and an expression of perpetual disdain, brushes past Nella, her voice a sharp whisper to her companion. Elderly woman, the audacity! That dreadful emerald green on Lady Alistair. One might as well wear a garden slug. And the sheer vulgarity of the diamond tiara. The companion, a younger, equally haughty woman, offers a thin-lipped smile of agreement. Nella barely registers their snobbery. Her gaze locks onto Prince Eugene, who stands near the center of the ballroom, surrounded by a deferential cluster of dignitaries. He looks uncomfortable, his usually vibrant eyes distant, a flicker of apprehension crossing his handsome features despite his practiced smile. His every movement is observed, every word undoubtedly noted. He is a caged bird in a gilded cage. Across the room, near a less frequented alcove, a man with a neatly trimmed beard, Baron von Schilling, exchanges a swift, almost imperceptible glance with a severe-looking woman in a black lace gown, Madame Rochefort. Their eyes meet for only a fraction of a second, but in that fleeting connection, a complex message passes between them. A nod is given, barely a dip of the head, and then they both resume their roles as perfectly integrated components of the social machinery. They are actors on a grand stage, playing the part of polite attendees, while their minds are undoubtedly occupied with a far more dangerous drama. Nella feels a prickle of unease. The planned disruption, the carefully orchestrated chaos meant to facilitate the prince's escape, is due to commence at the height of the next gallop, during the cotillion. The music, lively as it is now, will become a frantic, joyous explosion of sound, a perfect auditory screen for a clandestine movement. A distinguished looking with a military bearing, his uniform immaculately pressed, approaches Nella. He offers a slight bow. "Gentlemen, my dear, you look rather contemplative for such a joyous occasion. Are you enjoying the festivities?" Nella forces a polite, if somewhat tight, smile. "Nella indeed, sir. The spectacle is quite breathtaking. I find myself quite absorbed by the sheer beauty of it all." Gentleman chuckles warmly, a connoisseur of grandeur, then. "May I have the honor of this dance, if you are not already engaged? A waltz, perhaps?" He extends a hand. Nella hesitates. Chapter 18, The Poisoned Wine. The Imperial Dining Hall, Grand Babylon Hotel, night. The Imperial Dining Hall of the Grand Babylon Hotel was a symphony of restrained opulence, a gilded cage for the senses. High ceilings soared, adorned with frescoes depicting mythological scenes, while crystal chandeliers dripped like frozen waterfalls, casting a warm, golden glow across tables laden with shimmering silver and delicate porcelain. The air was a fragrant blend of rich perfumes, rare flowers, and the subtle aroma of exquisite cuisine. A string quartet played a Vivaldi concerto, its elegant notes weaving through the soft murmur of polite conversation. Mr. Raxol sat upright, his posture betraying a vigilance that belied the outwardly relaxed atmosphere. Across from him, Prince Aribert, resplendent in his formal attire, laughed softly at a remark from a neighboring dignitary, utterly at ease. Anna, seated to Raxoli's left, occasionally glanced at him, a flicker of concern in her expressive eyes, as if sensing the invisible tension that clung to her employer. Raxoli's gaze, however, was not fixed on any one person or object for long. It drifted, assessing, absorbing every minute detail of the room, every flicker of expression on the faces of the hotel staff, every movement among the distinguished guests. This was his domain, his creation, and he felt its pulse with an almost supernatural acuity. Tonight, that pulse felt discordant. Raxol VO, the Grand Babylon. A monument to luxury, a bastion of security. Or so I believed. But as the evening wore on, a chill crept into the warmth of the hall, a premonition that settled deep in my bones. Every polite smile, every clink of a glass, felt like a note in a prelude to something far less harmonious. I watched Prince Aribert, a man of immense importance, enjoying the lavish spread, seemingly oblivious to the shadows that I, for some reason, felt gathering around him. It was a gnawing unease, a whisper of danger that grew louder with each passing minute. The beauty of the room, the perfection of the service, began to feel like a veil, thin and fragile, hiding a menace. A waiter, impeccably dressed in the Grand Babylon's livery, approached their table. He held a bottle of vintage Chateau Lafite, its label bearing the prestige of decades, gleaming under the chandelier light. With practiced grace, he presented the bottle to Prince Aribert, tilting it just so, allowing the prince to inspect the label and the cork. Aribert, a connoisseur of fine wines, offered a brief, approving nod. The waiter then proceeded to pour a small tasting portion into the prince's crystal goblet. Aribert swirled the dark red liquid, sniffed it delicately, and took a small sip, a look of quiet satisfaction crossing his features. Anna, softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "To Raxol it's magnificent, isn't it, Mr. Raxol? The sheer scale of it all, the sheer luxury. It almost makes one forget the world outside." Raxol, his eyes fixed on the waiter, a slight, almost imperceptible frown forming between his brows. "Magnificent, yes, Miss Anna. But magnificence often serves as a beautiful disguise. A very effective one, at that." The waiter, having received Aribert's full approval, filled the prince's goblet to the correct measure, then moved to Anna, and finally to Raxol. Raxol, however, waved him off with a subtle, almost dismissive gesture, indicating he was content with the sparkling water already before him. His focus remained intently on the bottle, then on the prince's glass. There was a particular glint in the dark liquid, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, that snagged his attention. A tiny, almost iridescent sheen, like a sliver of rainbow caught in the deep ruby. Or perhaps it was just the trick of the light, he tried to tell himself, but his heart had already begun to beat a frantic, uneven rhythm. Raxol VO, my senses were heightened to an excruciating degree. Every detail seemed to scream for attention, demanding to be analyzed. The way the waiter's hand, usually so steady, trembled ever so slightly. Chapter 19: The Turkish Bath. Raksol watched the man, a nondescript figure in a dark suit, slip through a discreet, unmarked door near the hotel's main kitchen. It was not a staff entrance, not by the look of the polished brass and the hushed efficiency with which it closed. An instinct, sharp and unyielding, spurred Raksol forward. He had followed this man for the better part of an hour, a shadow amongst the vibrant chaos of the Grand Babylon. Now, the trail led here, to a place he hadn't even known existed within the sprawling complex. He pushed the door open, a wave of oppressive, humid heat immediately assaulting his senses. The air was thick, heavy, a suffocating embrace of moisture and an unfamiliar, pungent aroma of eucalyptus mixed with something earthy, almost metallic. He was in the Turkish baths. The sign, barely visible through the swirling mist, read "Private Client Access Only." Raksol ignored it. He stepped onto cool, wet tiles, the sounds of his shoes surprisingly loud in the echoing space. It was a world entirely apart from the Grand Babylon's glittering opulence, a subterranean realm of sweat and secrets. The very air felt heavy, pressing in on him, a stark contrast to the vast, airy lobbies he had just left, lending an immediate sense of intimate, suffocating enclosure. Every breath felt like drawing in thick, warm silk. The visibility was appalling. Raksol squinted, trying to pierce the milky veil. Figures moved like ghosts, indistinct and featureless, their forms distorted by the shimmering vapor. He strained his ears, hoping to catch a familiar cough, a distinctive shuffle, anything that would identify his quarry. The rhythmic dripping of water, the faint hiss of steam escaping pipes, and the occasional groans from one of the unseen patrons were the only sounds. A sudden, sharp clang of metal against stone made him flinch, his heart thumping against his ribs. This place was a labyrinth. Every turn felt like stepping deeper into an unknown abyss. He moved cautiously, his hands outstretched, navigating the slick surfaces. The heat was becoming unbearable, a physical weight pressing down on him, making his skin prickle and sweat stream down his face. His clothes, perfectly pressed moments ago, were now clinging uncomfortably, heavy and damp. He felt a tremor of true claustrophobia begin to coil in his gut. The sheer enclosed nature of the space, the inability to see more than a few feet in front of him, the relentless, all-encompassing steam. It was disorienting, suffocating. He pressed on, his resolve hardening even as his body protested. This man knew something, and Raxol was determined to find out what. He passed through a series of increasingly hot chambers. The first, a tepidarium, was merely warm, a gentle introduction. The second, a calidarium, was an oven, the air so dense with heat and moisture that it felt like breathing liquid fire. He could feel his lungs burning, his head starting to throbbing. The figures he passed here were almost entirely naked, draped in towels, their bodies glistening with sweat. Their faces were relaxed, almost blissful, utterly oblivious to the drama unfolding around them. Raxol, still fully clothed, stuck out like a sore thumb, a fact that made him feel even more exposed, despite the shrouding steam. Then he heard it. Not a voice, but a distinct murmur, a low, urgent tone that cut through the general hum of the baths. It was the man he was following, talking to someone else. Raxol froze, melting into the shadows cast by a large stone pillar, though in this environment, shadows were as ephemeral as the steam itself. He crept closer, straining to hear. The voices were muffled, distorted by the dense air, but gradually, words began to coalesce. "Impossible to move him tonight," one voice said, a deep rumble. "It must be tonight," the other, sharper voice, which Raxol recognized as his quarry, insisted. "The schedule is set. Prince Eugene is expected in Paris by dawn. Any deviation, it jeopardizes everything." Raxol's breath caught in his throat. Prince Eugene. So this was Chapter 20, The Empty Room Again. The silence that greeted Mr. Raxol and the Duchess of Maxton as they stepped once more into room 111 of the Grand Babylon Hotel was not the expected, reassuring quiet of an unoccupied chamber. It was a silence laden with deception, a mocking stillness that seemed to echo the very mystery they had returned to unravel. Raxol, his brow furrowed with a mixture of grim determination and a weary resolve, surveyed the room. It was identical to their previous visit, elegantly appointed, meticulously tidy, and utterly, disturbingly empty. Raxol, a low murmur, almost to himself empty. Again. They've cleaned it, of course. scrubbed away any lingering traces. But they can't scrub away the truth. Duchess of Maxton, her voice tinged with a delicate blend of exasperation and morbid curiosity. My dear Mr. Wraxall, are you quite certain we haven't simply wandered into the wrong room? It is precisely as it was before, isn't it? Immaculate, unblemished. Not a hint of, well, of anything untoward. One might almost believe our previous experience was merely a phantasm of an overwrought imagination. Wraxall, turning slowly, his gaze sweeping over every surface, every shadow phantasm. No, Duchess. A phantasm does not leave one with such a profound sense of injustice, such a burning certainty that a crime has been committed, and that its perpetrators believe themselves to be beyond reproach. This room, this perfectly innocent room, is the heart of a very dark secret. And it holds the key to explaining everything that has transpired. The disappearance, the reappearance, the baffling contradictions. It all hinges on this place. Narrator, he began to move, not with the hurried, desperate energy of a man searching blindly, but with the methodical, almost surgical precision of a scientist examining a specimen. His fingers, surprisingly agile for a man of his build, trailed along the wallpaper, pressing gently, testing for any give, any hollow sound. He ran his hand over the ornate skirting boards, knelt to inspect the seams of the polished parquet flooring. Wraxall, muttering every detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The human eye, it sees what it expects to see. But the hand, the mind, they are not so easily fooled if one knows how to truly observe. This is not about what is here. It's about what was here, and how it was made to not be here. Duchess of Maxton, watching him, a slight frown of concern on her elegant face. You are convinced there is a mechanism, a hidden device, something that could have concealed a person? It seems so fantastical, Mr. Wraxall. This is a hotel, not a wizard's lair. Wraxall, pausing, straightening up briefly, his eyes narrowed. Hotels, Duchess, particularly those of this grandeur and vintage, are often rife with such hidden marvels. Passageways for staff, secret compartments for valuables, or, indeed, for less savory purposes. The more opulent the facade, the greater the opportunities for intricate deceptions beneath. Think of the plumbing, the wiring, the ventilation systems, a labyrinthine network behind these walls. There's always space. The question is, how was that space accessed? And where was it? His gaze finally settled on the elaborate fireplace that dominated one wall. It was a magnificent creation of carved marble, with a heavy iron grate and a grand mantelpiece adorned with classical figures. It seemed utterly solid, utterly conventional. Yet, Raxol approached it with a new intensity, a quiet certainty blooming in his mind. Raxol, circling the fireplace, tapping gently on various points of the marble. This is it. I feel it. This is where the trick lies. A fireplace, so much more than just a place for warmth. A focal point. A natural place for heavy construction. And a superb place to mask an intrusion. Duchess of Maxton, moving closer, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. What do you mean? It's simply a fireplace, Mr. Raxol. Or rather, it's not even that, for it's never been lit. Raxol, ignoring her, his attention fully absorbed the flue, the chimney breast itself. Chapter 21. The police involvement. The heavy, thrumming silence that had settled over the Grand Babylon Hotel for the past frantic hours, a silence born of contained panic and whispered urgency, was shattered not by a scream, nor a gunshot, but by the entirely prosaic yet utterly devastating sound of a knock upon Raxol's office door. It was not a tentative tap, nor the familiar rap of a trusted employee. It was a firm, official, utterly uncompromising series of impacts that reverberated through the very foundations of his desperate, solitary quest. Raxol, whose eyes were still scanning the intricate, coded patterns on a document he clutched, felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. He knew, with an instinct honed by a lifetime of navigating the treacherous currents of high finance and human nature, that this was it. The outside world had finally breached his carefully constructed dam of secrecy and self-reliance. Scotland Yard. The name hung in the air, unuttered but omnipresent, a tangible entity pressing down on the grand, gilded edifice of his hotel and, more acutely, upon the raw, exposed nerve of his paternal heart. He had known it was inevitable, of course. The disappearance of a prominent American heiress, from one of London's most famous establishments, could not remain a private affair indefinitely. The machinery of officialdom, slow grinding but inexorable, was finally in motion. Enter, Raxley's voice, though outwardly steady, held a faint tremor that only he could detect. The door swung open, revealing not a subordinate, but the severe, unsmiling face of Mr. Sampson, the hotel manager, his usual impeccable composure replaced by a pallid anxiety. Behind him, two figures loomed, their presence radiating an undeniable authority that immediately altered the atmosphere of the room. Detective Inspector Holloway, a man whose gray suit seemed to absorb all light and whose eyes missed nothing, stood slightly forward, a thin notebook already clutched in his hand. Beside him, Detective Sergeant Miller, younger, brawnier, with a watchful, almost clinical gaze. They were the embodiment of external pressure, and their arrival marked a terrifying turning point. The game, as Raxol had been playing it, was over. A new, far more complicated one had just begun. Mr. Raxol, Inspector Holloway's voice was clipped, formal, entirely devoid of inflection. I am Inspector Holloway of Scotland Yard. This is Sergeant Miller. We understand there has been an incident. The word incident felt like a grotesque understatement, a polite euphemism for the kidnapping of his daughter, the shattering of his world. Raxol felt a surge of frustrated anger, quickly suppressed. This was not the time for emotional outbursts. This was the time for calculation, for a different kind of fight. He gestured to the plush, unoccupied chairs before his large mahogany desk. Please, Inspector, Sergeant. Sit. He watched them as they moved, observed their professional economy of motion, the way their eyes swept over his office, assessing, categorizing, already building their mental dossiers. Raxol sat, his hands clasped on the desktop, a performance of calm that cost him dearly. An incident, indeed, Inspector. My daughter, Miss Nellie Raxol, has disappeared from her suite. We have reason to believe she has been abducted. The bluntness of his statement hung in the air, a stark declaration of the grim reality they now faced. Holloway nodded, making a note. And when precisely did you discover this, Mr. Raxol? And what steps have you taken thus far? The questions were direct, procedural, each one a thread in the intricate tapestry of legal procedure that would now envelop his private agony. Raxol felt the immediate tension between his fierce, paternal urgency and their methodical, objective approach. He wanted to scream, to demand that they move with the speed of light, that they understand the ticking clock of his daughter's life. But he knew, with chilling certainty, that such an outburst would only alienate them, perhaps even lead them to suspect his own involvement. Chapter 22, The King's Messenger. The air in Mr. Raxley's opulent private office is thick with unspoken dread. The grand clock on the mantelpiece ticks with agonizing slowness. Mr. Raxley paces, a furrow etched deep between his brows. Anna sits on a plush velvet settee, wringing her hands, her eyes fixed on him. Otto Mate stands by the door, his usual stoic demeanor showing cracks of worry. Anna softly, her voice barely a whisper, "John, please, you'll wear a hole in the carpet." It changes nothing. Raxley stops, turns, runs a hand through his already disheveled hair. Changes nothing, Anna. Everything is changing. Everything hangs by the thinnest thread, near snapping. It's almost midnight. The deadline. And still no word from Eugen. No sign, no clue, no whisper in this colossal labyrinth. Otto gravely, "We have scoured every inch, Mr. Raxley. Every room, every service passage, every forgotten cellar. My men have questioned every guest, every staff member who passed through the corridors near the prince's suite. Nothing." He vanished into thin air. Anna, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, Otto, don't say that. He must be somewhere. He has to be. The king. Raxley, the king of Posen. A man of formidable will and even more formidable pride. He sent his warning. A public embarrassment for his nation, an international incident. And now, as the hours dwindle, the stakes rise with every maddening tick. This isn't just about a missing prince, Anna. It's about a throne. It's about war, perhaps. Otto, the diplomatic repercussions, they would be severe. My contacts whisper of frantic telegrams, desperate attempts to ascertain the situation. They manage the narrative, but the king's patience is famously thin. Anna stands, walks to Raxley, places a hand on his arm. "But what can we do, John? You've done everything. You've offered rewards, put the hotel at the disposal of authorities, thrown every resource into this search." Raxley turns to her, his gaze intense. "Everything is not enough, Anna. Not when the very peace of a nation, perhaps even the stability of a continent, hangs in the balance. I built this hotel as a monument to luxury. Never did I imagine it would become the stage for such peril. And I allowed it. Otto, Mr. Raxol, with all due respect, you are hardly to blame. This is the work of nefarious forces, clearly. Raxol shakes his head vigorously. Responsibility, Otto, isn't always about blame. It's about what one does in crisis. And I intend to do more. Much more. A sharp, aggressive rap on the door makes them all jump. It's a formal, aggressive series of knocks. Anna gasps, clutching Raxoli's arm. Who could that be? Raxol steels himself. It must be them. The king's final word. Otto moves to the door, hesitates, then looks back at Raxol, who nods once, grimly. Otto opens the door. Standing in the doorway, perfectly composed in a dark, severe uniform adorned with a gleaming order, is Baron von Hesse. A man in his late 50s, his face a mask of cold displeasure, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Behind him, two stern, unsmiling guards stood at rigid attention. Baron von Hesse. His voice is crisp, resonant, and devoid of warmth, with a faint, precise accent. Mr. Raxol, I presume? I am Baron von Hesse, special envoy from His Majesty, King Friedrich Wilhelm IV of Posen. I regret the lateness of my call, but the urgency of my message permits no delay. Raxol steps forward, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. Baron, please, come in. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? Baron von Hesse enters, his eyes sweeping over the room, acknowledging Anna and Otto with a curt, dismissive nod. Unexpected? Mr. Raxol, let us not trifle with pleasantries. You are well aware of the gravity of the situation. His Majesty's son, Prince Eugen, was last seen in your establishment. The deadline for his satisfactory appearance is, by His Majesty's decree, mere moments away. Midnight. The clock on the mantelpiece chimes the quarter hour, its sound echoing loudly in the suddenly silent room. Anna whispers, "Oh, no." Baron von Hesse ignores Anna, fixing his steely. Chapter 23, The Siege of the Apartment. The air in the small, cluttered study was thick with cigar smoke and the scent of old paper, a testament to the hours Raxol, Aribert, and the discreetly gathered city officials had spent hunched over the labyrinthine maps of Brussels. The gaslight flickered, casting dancing shadows that made the city's intricate network of streets and alleys seem to writhe beneath their scrutiny. Outside, the city was settling into its late-night hum, but within these walls, an almost desperate silence reigned, punctuated only by the rustle of turning pages and the occasional frustrated sigh. Raxol, his normally composed features etched with fatigue, traced a finger along a district near the canal, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. "We've eliminated the obvious havens," he rumbled, his voice a low thrum that cut through the quiet. "No grand hotels, no known safe houses of the usual variety." Jules operates with a peculiar arrogance, yet he understands the value of anonymity when he wishes to be truly hidden. Aribert, ever the pragmatist, leaned closer, pointing with a long, elegant finger to a cluster of buildings in a more dilapidated quarter. His known associates, the ones who have vanished as cleanly as he, tend towards discretion. Not necessarily poverty, but an understated existence. They blend. Think about the nature of his game, Raxol. It's not about flashy displays, it's about control, manipulation from the shadows. Precisely, Raxol agreed, pushing a half-empty brandy glass aside to reveal a faded ledger. This ledger, recovered from one of his compromised contacts, lists payments to a certain Madame Dubois for apartment upkeep in the Rue des Moines. A curious detail. Why would Jules, a man of such financial means, bother with the upkeep of a mere apartment unless it served a crucial purpose? One of the officials, a gaunt, observant man named Inspector Dubois, no relation, he'd assured them with a dry cough, cleared his throat. Rue des Moines, it's a residential area, Raxol, a mix of old merchant homes and newer, less distinguished blocks. Nothing that screams criminal mastermind. And that, Inspector, is precisely why it screams Jules, Raxol retorted, a glint entering his eyes. He hides in plain sight. He thrives on the mundane. Apartment upkeep could mean anything. A base of operations, a temporary holding cell for Miss Nella. Or perhaps even a bolt hole for himself. Let us cross-reference it with the disappearances. Any individuals associated with Jules, known to frequent that quarter before vanishing. Aribert, already several steps ahead, produced a second map, marked with small, red crosses. We had 3 minor figures, couriers, small-time informants, disappear from this precise district within the last 2 months. All linked, however tenuously, to the network we believe Jules controls. They weren't killed, Raxol. They simply ceased to exist in their previous lives. We always assumed they were relocated, or perhaps repurposed. A cold shiver ran down Raxoli's spine, despite the warmth of the room. Repurposed. That's a chilling thought, Aribert. If Jules truly has a base there, a hidden fortress in the heart of a residential district, it explains a great deal. The difficulty in tracing him, the suddenness of his movements. He's not out there, constantly on the run. He's here, nestled like a viper. The inspector, now fully engaged, pulled out a small notebook. Rue Des Moines. Number 17. The old Dubois building. It was split into several flats years ago. The ground floor is a haberdashery. The upper floors are private residences. Mostly quiet, respectable tenants. But there is a flat on the 3rd floor, rear-facing, that has been vacant for some time, according to city records. Or, rather, registered under a series of names that have never been verified upon inspection. Shell identities, Raxol. Raxol slammed his fist softly on the table, a sudden surge of exhilaration cutting through his weariness. That's it? The missing link. A property that exists on Pa. Chapter 24. The Capture. The frantic drumming of Nell's heart synchronized with the echoing thud of her boots against the worn flagstones of the Grand Babylon service corridors. Each ragged breath tore at her lungs, pulling at her stamina, yet she pushed on, driven by fierce determination. The air, thick with sweet, stale pastries, acrid cleaning fluids, and pervasive dust, scraped at her throat. Anna, usually composed, stumbled slightly behind her, her uniform disheveled, a stray strand of hair clinging to her damp forehead. They were a whirlwind of focused energy, 2 women against a shadowy, elusive enemy. He can't be far, Anna. Nell gasped, her voice hoarse, pushing a surprisingly heavy, antiquated linen cart aside. Its rusted wheels shrieked in protest, a cacophony that momentarily drowned out their panting. I heard him. Just around this bend. Keep moving. Don't falter now. Her words were punctuated by a sharp, metallic clang in the distance, indicating Jules was just ahead. Anna, clutching her side, managed a strained nod. "My lady, my lungs burn as if scorched," she wheezed, her crisp tone now breathy. "This man possesses the stamina of a demon. And these passages, they twist like a serpent's coil, a truly confounding labyrinth. How much further can we endure this breathless chase?" Her eyes darted around frantically, assessing every shadowed niche. "We're almost there, Anna." "I feel it," Nell insisted, her voice resonating with unshakable conviction despite the tremor in her limbs. "This is it. The very precipice of his wretched game. Prince Eugene, he must be here. He must be. After all this, the peril, the deception, the endless questions, he has to be." The thought of the young prince spurred her forward with renewed vigor, a burning ember of hope and righteous fury flickering within her. They burst into a large, disused pantry. It was a cavernous chamber, lined with towering, skeletal shelves laden with forgotten preserves and dusty bottles. A single, precarious gas lamp, its flame sputtering weakly, cast long, grotesque shadows. In the center, dramatically illuminated, stood Jules. He was no longer the deferential waiter, his face, etched with rage, triumph, and desperation, was a mask of unsettling emotion. Beside him, a crumpled heap against wooden crates, was a figure. Even slumped, it was unmistakably Prince Eugene, his vibrant face now deathly pale, his eyes closed in unnatural slumber. Jules held a small, exquisitely ornate pistol, its polished metal glinting menacingly. He wasn't pointing it directly, not yet, but the way he clutched it, with a proprietary, almost loving grip, spoke volumes of his sinister intent. Ah, the intrepid American heiress and her loyal shadow, Jules's voice, when it came, was no longer meek. It was a resonant baritone, laced with a chilling, theatrical flourish that sent shivers down Nell's spine. A pity, truly, that you chose to follow this far. You've ruined everything, you know. Absolutely everything. The grand design, the meticulous planning, the exquisite timing, all jeopardized by your audacious curiosity. He took a step forward, his shadow stretching long and menacingly. Nell, despite the tremor in her hands, stepped forward, her chin lifted, her eyes blazing with unyielding defiance. "Jules, let him go. What have you done to him? What is this all about? The lies, the deception, the danger, for what purpose? Speak plainly, man, before it is too late." Anna, her own fear forgotten, clutched her lady's arm, a soft, urgent whisper of caution. "My lady, be careful. He is quite mad. His eyes, they hold a dangerous light." Jules's face twisted into a sneer, a dark, unsettling smile playing on his lips. "Mad? Oh, my dear, sweet Miss Gwyn," he drawled, his voice dripping with condescending pity. "You misunderstand me. I am not mad. I am merely unappreciated, overlooked, for far too long. A genius confined to the shadows, forced to observe the mundane world from behind a false facade of servility." He gestured vaguely towards Prince Eugen with his free hand, his movement economical, almost. Chapter 25, The Race Against Time. Imogene, panting, her voice tight with urgency. "He's getting worse, Mr. Peters. His breathing is so shallow. We have to hurry." Mr. Peters, his usually calm demeanor now strained, a grim set to his jaw. "The driver knows the way to the Austrian embassy. We've given him instructions to spare no horse. Hold him steady, Miss Merton." The interior of the hansom cab is cramped, dark, and jostles violently. Outside, the sounds of horse hooves clatter furiously against cobblestones, punctuated by the distant, muffled cacophony of London's night. Imogene, struggling to support the Prince Eugene, who is slumped heavily against her, his face pale and clammy. His eyes flutter weakly, occasionally attempting to focus. "Prince Eugene, can you hear me? We're almost there. Just a little further." Prince Eugene, a barely audible croak, his words slurred and indistinct. "Cold, so cold." Mr. Peters, pulling a small, ornate vial from his waistcoat pocket, his fingers trembling slightly as he uncorks it, the antidote. "Professor Van Helsing assured me it was potent. But timing is everything. We must ensure it has the best chance." Imogene, her gaze fixed on the vial, a glimmer of desperate hope in her eyes. "Give it to me. I'll administer it." My hands are smaller, perhaps I can be gentler. She takes the vial carefully. The carriage lurches, throwing them all against the backrest. A sharp crack, like a whip, rings out close by. M.R. Peters, peering out the small rear window, his expression hardening. They're still on our tail. Another carriage, darker, faster than I'd anticipated. They picked up our scent again. Curse their persistence. Imogene, her heart pounding, she forces herself to focus on the prince. She tilts his head back gently, her fingers brushing his clammy skin. She holds the vial to his lips. Prince Eugene, please. You must drink this. For all our sakes. Just a little. She coaxes a few drops into his mouth. He gags weakly, a spasm rippling through his body. She pauses, her breath held, waiting for his reaction. The drops dribble down his chin. She tries again, slowly, patiently. This time, a small amount seems to go down. M.R. Peters, his voice urgent, strained over the thundering hooves and the growing proximity of their pursuer's driver. Faster. Take the shortcut through Smithfield. It's rough, but it might shake them. Driver OS, a gruff shout from the front GUV nor. Hang on tight. The carriage swerves violently, bouncing over uneven cobblestones. Imogene cries out, nearly losing her grip on the prince. The vial clatters against the carriage wall, but she catches it. The sounds outside become a chaotic symphony of shouts, hooves, and the squeal of metal on stone. They hear a loud crash in the distance behind them, followed by angry shouts. Imogene, gasping, trying to regain her balance. What was that? Did they crash? M.R. Peters, looking back again, a momentary flash of satisfaction in his eyes, quickly replaced by renewed tension. One of their outriders took a spill, it seems. But the main carriage is still coming. They're determined. They must truly believe his capture, or worse, his death, is vital to their plans. Keep administering the antidote, Miss Merton. Every drop counts. Imogene resumes, her hands steady despite the fear gnawing at her. She manages to get more of the clear liquid into the prince. His eyelids flicker again, a faint groan escaping him. His breathing, though still shallow, seems a fraction less ragged. Imogene, a whisper of hope. I think it's working. Or perhaps it's wishful thinking. M.R. Peters, his gaze flickers between her and the window. We cannot afford wishful thinking, Miss Merton. Only action. We are nearing Whitechapel. That means more narrow streets, more shadows. Ideal for an ambush. Just as he speaks, a figure suddenly darts out from an alleyway, directly in the path of their carriage. The driver, with a frantic yell, yanks on the reins, and the horses rear up, whinnying in distress. The carriage skids sideways, nearly overturning. Imogene, screaming, clutching the prince tightly. The Inn. Chapter 26. The Public Appearance. The grand ballroom is a veritable cascade of opulent grandeur, its high ceilings soaring, adorned with frescoes depicting ancient myths that now seem to mock the very real, modern drama unfolding beneath them. Chandeliers, hundreds of individual crystal facets catching and refracting the light, blaze with an almost blinding intensity, casting a golden, ethereal glow upon the hundreds of exquisitely dressed guests. Silk gowns shimmer, tuxedo jackets gleam, and an array of priceless jewels glitter on every hand and throat, testament to the wealth and influence gathered here. Waiters, moving with a practiced, silent grace, weave through the dense crowd, their silver trays laden with flutes of bubbling champagne and delicate canapes, yet many of these remain untouched, forgotten in the escalating tension. The air itself seems to hum with an almost electric anticipation, a nervous energy that paradoxically intensifies the silence whenever a speaker pauses, a brittle tension that belies the festive, celebratory decor. Many of Europe's most important political figures, stern-faced ambassadors from various nations, and an eager contingent of the press are present, their faces etched with a complex mixture of curiosity, thinly veiled concern for the political stability, and an almost morbid fascination with the unfolding crisis. At the front of the room, a raised platform, meticulously draped in deep crimson velvet, stands like a stage awaiting its lead actor, a polished microphone waiting expectantly for words that could either calm or ignite a volatile situation. Sir Hilary Fennel and Baron Ponsonby position themselves strategically near the platform, their proximity a little too intimate, their confidence a little too pronounced. Sir Hilary, portly and radiating an almost offensive air of self-importance, frequently checks a magnificent gold pocket watch, its ticking a metaphor for the rapid approach of their moment. Baron Ponsonby, leaner, with eyes that seem to gleam with a reptilian cunning, surveys the room with a smirk that seems permanently affixed to his lips, a silent promise of triumph. They exchange brief, knowing glances, a secret shared, a conspiracy on the very precipice of its audacious fruition. Their smiles are thin, almost cruel, entirely convinced of their impending victory. From a discreet, almost unnoticed vantage point near a towering marble column, its cool surface mirroring the calculating glint in his own eyes, Mr. Wraxall observes the entire scene. He is impeccably dressed, a study in understated American elegance, but his eyes, sharp, analytical, and alert, miss absolutely nothing, absorbing every nuance, every flickering expression. Beside him, his daughter Nellie, vibrant and naturally inquisitive, leans in slightly, her expression a mixture of childlike excitement and genuine puzzlement, sensing the profound weight of the atmosphere without fully comprehending its intricacies. Jameson, Wraxall's ever-loyal and ever-efficient secretary, stands a respectful, almost military distance behind them, a pristine notebook held ready in one hand, a fountain pen poised for any sudden command or vital detail. Nellie whispering, her voice barely audible above the low hum of the crowd. "Father, do you truly think he will appear? The rumors, they've been so persistent, so definitive. Everyone says he's gone. Completely. Vanished without a trace. The newspapers have been relentless." Wraxall, a dry, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, a flicker of amusement in his deep-set eyes. "Nellie, my dear, in this particular world, especially within the opulent, deceptive walls of this very hotel, rumors are merely dust motes dancing frantically in the light of an ill-informed public. They are designed to obscure the truth, to muddy the waters of perception, but they cannot, absolutely cannot, extinguish it entirely. Watch Sir Hilary and the Baron, my girl. Observe their posture, their expressions. Their confidence, while outwardly formidable, is a brittle thing, a fragile veneer easily shattered by the harsh G. Chapter 27, The Aftermath. Int. Grand Babylon Hotel, Grand Foyer. Don the Grand Foyer, usually a dazzling symphony of marble and gold, now bears the scars of the night's frenzied chaos. A few shattered potted palms lie askew, a velvet rope is torn, and faint scuff marks mar the polished floor. Yet, An army of diligent hotel staff, moving with an almost eerie quietude, is already at work, restoring order. They sweep, polish, and rearrange, their faces grim but determined. The air, heavy with the lingering scent of gunpowder and fear, slowly begins to clear, replaced by the more familiar, comforting aroma of floor wax and fresh coffee brewing somewhere in the distance. Mr. Raxol, his usually impeccable attire now rumpled and stained, stands amidst the receding wreckage. His face, etched with profound exhaustion, nevertheless carries an unwavering resolve. His gaze sweeps over the scene, missing nothing, a silent accounting of the damages. He clutches a freshly brewed cup of coffee, though he seems more interested in its warmth against his hands than its contents. His shoulders, often squared with bullish confidence, are slightly slumped, betraying the immense toll the night has taken. Anna Raxol and Reginald Gordon approach him, their footsteps soft on the still dusty marble. Anna's hair, usually so meticulously styled, has escaped its confines, framing a face pale with fatigue but bright with a stubborn inner strength. Reginald, though looking as worn as the others, holds himself with a quiet dignity, his hand resting reassuringly on Anna's back. The bond between them, forged in the crucible of shared danger, is palpable, a silent current of understanding flowing between their tired forms. Raxol's voice hoarse, a slight tremor beneath its usual booming authority, a fine mess, isn't it? One of the grandest hotels in Europe, turned into a battlefield. And all because a fool decided to play king in a corner of the world he barely understood. Look at it, Anna. Look what ambition, unchecked and reckless, leaves behind. Anna steps closer, her eyes following her father's gaze. She takes in the determined staff, the slowly receding chaos. Anna, they work quickly. Almost as if such things happen every week. A small, weary smile touches her lips, a testament to the Babylon's resilience, perhaps. Or simply the unflappable nature of a good hotel manager and his staff. Reginald, they are remarkable. Each one. He looks at Raxol. The prisoners, sir. Have they been secured? The Prince of Posen's men took charge of Aribert and the others. Raxol nods, taking a slow sip of his now cold coffee. His eyes, though tired, are sharp. Raxol, indeed. Prince Aribert is safely under the Posen delegation's custody, awaiting swift deportation. A quiet transfer, of course. No more fanfare, no more headlines for that particular piece of work. The Countess of Moravia and the Baroness van Mieris have also been apprehended. Their roles, though significant, were ancillary to Aribert's grand delusion. They'll face their own reckoning, though I doubt it will be anything as dramatic as what they envisioned for Posen. A swift, discreet removal from society, I imagine. Perhaps a quiet exile. The important thing is that the danger is contained, neutralized. The immediate political fallout, while a nuisance, can be managed. Prince Posen is quite adept at damage control, especially when his own life, and the stability of his state, have been so directly threatened. He owes us a great deal, Anna. A very great deal indeed. Anna shivers slightly, despite the warmth of the room. The reality of the recent danger still clung to her like a shroud. Anna, it feels so surreal. One moment, we were simply guests, enjoying an evening, and the next, she trails off, shaking her head. It's difficult to fully comprehend that it's over. That we truly survived. Raxol, placing a hand on her shoulder, a rare, tender gesture. You were magnificent, my dear. Braver than any man. You faced down danger with a courage that makes a father immensely proud. And you, Reginald, you stood by her, unwavering. My. Chapter 28, A Royal Proposal. Scene start setting, a lavish, ornate private salon within the royal palace of Xylos. Plush velvet furniture in deep crimson and gold, intricate tapestries depicting ancient battles and pastoral scenes, and towering windows looking out onto manicured gardens bathed in the soft, golden glow of a late afternoon sun. A grand piano, its polished surface reflecting the faint light, stands silently in one corner, a testament to refined leisure. Delicate porcelain vases hold opulent arrangements of fresh, fragrant roses, their perfume subtly scenting the air. At rise, Nella and Prince Aribert stand near a large window, their backs partially to the room. Nella is dressed in an elegant day gown of deep sapphire blue, its fabric rustling softly with her slightest movement. Aribert is in a finely tailored suit of dark gray, his posture rigid with anticipation. The air between them is thick with unspoken emotion, a palpable tension that is both exquisitely tender and fraught with monumental consequence. Nella gazes out at the meticulously kept garden, her expression thoughtful, almost distant, as if contemplating not just the view but the vastness of their diverging worlds. Aribert watches her, his gaze intense, almost reverent, his hands clasped tightly behind his back, betraying his nervousness. Prince Aribert softly, his voice a low tremor that suggests both vulnerability and profound earnestness. Nella. My dearest Nella. Nella turning slowly, a faint, melancholic yet strangely hopeful smile gracing her lips. She meets his gaze, a quiet challenge in her eyes. Aribert. The afternoon wanes, and with it, the precious quietude of this moment. Soon the palace will stir with the evening's preparations, and our private world will be intruded upon. Prince Aribert stepping closer, his eyes never leaving hers, a desperate sincerity in their depths. Let it stir. Let the whole world stir. For in this singular moment, there is only us. And what I must finally, unequivocally, say. Nella's breath catches in her throat. A strange mix of dread and exhilaration courses through her. She feels the full weight of his gaze, the unspoken plea in his eyes, the gravity of his impending words. Her heart, usually so resilient and guarded, now beats a frantic, almost painful rhythm against her ribs, echoing the tumultuous emotions within her. Nella, her voice barely a whisper, a delicate tremor revealing her inner turmoil. What is it, Aribert? Prince Aribert taking her hands, his touch warm and firm, a comforting anchor. He looks down at their intertwined fingers for a moment, gathering his monumental courage, then lifts his gaze to meet hers directly. His eyes are earnest, filled with a love so profound it aches, a love that has clearly consumed him. Nella. From the very first instant I saw you, a force unlike any I had ever known took hold of my heart and refused to relinquish its grasp. You are utterly unlike any woman I have ever encountered, so full of unyielding spirit, so utterly captivating in your unique blend of strength and grace, so refreshingly real. You see the world not through the veiled, often dusty, lens of ancient custom, but with clear, unblinking American practicality, yet you possess a depth of feeling, a warmth, a spontaneous generosity that has utterly disarmed and enchanted me. Nella listens, her own eyes now glistening with unshed tears, her vision blurring slightly. She feels a profound sense of recognition, a startling completeness in his words that echoes her own burgeoning, carefully suppressed feelings. It is as if he has articulated the very longings of her soul. Nella, voice trembling, barely able to form the words, Aribert, please. Prince Aribert, squeezing her hands gently, his determination unwavering. No, my love, let me finish. I have wrestled with this truth, Nella, wrestled with my duty, with my birthright, with my very position in this ancient kingdom, with the crushing expectations placed upon me since the day I was born. But there is no wrestling with the fundamental truth of my heart. And the truth, Nella, the unassailable. Chapter 29, The Sale. Scene start int. Grand Babylon Hotel, Raxley's private office. Day. The morning sun, though bright, feels subdued within the opulent confines of Raxley's temporary dominion. Arthur Raxole, now clad in impeccably tailored, understated business attire, sits behind a vast mahogany desk. The desk, once a symbol of Mr. Babylon's empire, now bears the weight of Raxley's triumph. Papers are neatly stacked, a testament to months of meticulous management and, ultimately, decisive victory. He stares out the window, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The bustling street below, the very heart of London, seems to hum with the energy of his own creation, or, rather, his reclamation. Raxley's gaze drifts from the window to a framed photograph on his desk, a candid shot of Anna, laughing, her spirit infectious. He picks it up, tracing the outline of her face with his thumb. A sigh escapes him, not of sorrow, but of quiet contemplation. He has achieved what he set out to do, and more. The world, he muses, truly does turn on unforeseen axes. Raxole to himself, a soft, almost weary whisper, yet underscored with immense satisfaction. Full circle. It truly feels like a grand, bewildering, utterly magnificent full circle. Who would have thought, back then, that I would not only conquer the beast but tame it, then offer it back on my own terms. The audacious folly of youth, or perhaps, simply a stroke of genius. A fool's errand, they called it. A madman's whim. Yet, here we stand. Or rather, here I stand victorious. A gentle knock at the door startles him from his reverie. He places the photograph down, his expression instantly becoming neutral, professional. He clears his throat. Raxol, come in. The door opens slowly, revealing James, Raxol's ever-loyal and efficient head manager, his face a mixture of anticipation and slight unease. "James, sir, Mr. Babylon is here. He's waiting in the outer reception. He insisted on seeing you personally, without an appointment, citing a matter of utmost urgency." Raxol raises an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Raxol, utmost urgency, you say? How intriguing. Show him in, James. And ensure we are not disturbed. Prepare coffee, black, for him. And perhaps a glass of chilled water for myself." It promises to be a rather thirst-inducing conversation. James nodding, a knowing glint in his own eyes right away. "Sir." James exits, closing the door softly. Raxol leans back in his chair, fingers steepled, his eyes fixed on the door. He takes a deep, steadying breath. This is it. The culmination of months of effort, risk, and relentless determination. The original architect of this grand edifice, the man who had lost it all, was now returning, hat in hand. The irony was not lost on Raxol. Moments later, the door reopens. Mr. Babylon enters, looking markedly older, his shoulders slightly stooped, a visible tension etched into his face. He is still impeccably dressed, but the usual swagger is gone, replaced by a nervous energy. He surveys the office, his gaze lingering on familiar details, then finally settling on Raxol. Mr. Babylon, his voice a little rough. "Hoarse Raxol. Or should I say, Mr. Raxol, proprietor of the Grand Babylon Hotel. A title you wear surprisingly well." Raxol rising, a polite, almost detached smile on his face, extending a hand. "Mr. Babylon. A pleasure, as always. Please, do sit. James will be bringing refreshments shortly." Mr. Babylon takes the offered seat opposite Raxol, his eyes darting around the room, taking in every detail. He looks like a ghost haunting his former domain. Mr. Babylon forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Refreshments? Yes. How civil. I trust you are well? Your adventures, I hear, have become the talk of London. A true marvel, what you've accomplished here. Taking a hotel that was, well, let's just say, operating under certain unique conditions, and transforming it into a beacon of prosperity. A testament to your rather unorthodox business acumen. Rack Soul Settling B. Conclusion: the final bill. Conclusion: the final bill. The silence, after all of it, was almost deafening. It settled upon Rack Soul like a thick, comforting blanket, yet beneath its softness, a tremor still resided within his bones. He sat, not in the plush velvet of a grand hotel suite, nor amidst the opulent chaos of a conspiracy's unfolding, but in a rather ordinary, if somewhat grander than his usual, drawing room. His hands, still surprisingly steady, cradled a simple teacup, its warmth a tangible anchor in the wake of the storm. Sienna, his beloved Sienna, was safe, resting peacefully, an image that painted itself vividly in his mind's eye, a stark contrast to the terror that had shadowed their every step just days, mere hours, ago. He gazed out of the window, not seeing the bustling London streets below, but rather a kaleidoscope of memories, vivid and jarring, playing out behind his eyes. The Grand Babylon Hotel. The name itself now held a different resonance, a peculiar blend of awe and utter disbelief. It had begun, hadn't it, with such a simple, almost absurd, desire. A steak. A single, perfectly cooked steak. And then, the refusal. That audacious, unyielding refusal, which had ignited a spark of indignation, a flicker of challenge within the heart of the American millionaire who thought himself capable of anything, capable of purchasing even the unpurchasable. Little did he know, did he, the labyrinthine depths into which that simple desire would plunge him. The journey had been an odyssey, a dizzying spiral into a world he never knew existed, a world lurking beneath the veneer of sophisticated luxury. A world of kings and pretenders, of assassins and revolutionaries, of hidden passages and secret societies. He remembered the thrill, yes, the undeniable, intoxicating thrill of the chase, the danger, the constant dance with death. He remembered the chilling glint in Prince Eugene's eyes, the deceptive charm of those who sought to manipulate and control. He recalled the frantic energy of the escape, the clever deceptions, the heart-stopping moments when he believed all was lost, only to find a new surge of resolve, a deeper well of courage he hadn't known he possessed. It had been exhilarating, terrifying, and utterly, profoundly, life-altering. Before this grand escapade, life, for Mr. Theodore Racksoul, had been a tapestry woven with threads of predictable success and, dare he admit it, a creeping boredom. He had accumulated wealth beyond measure, built an empire, seen his enterprises flourish with an almost monotonous regularity. The world had seemed a place of solvable problems, of tangible assets and clear liabilities. There had been a gnawing emptiness, a subtle ennui that even the most extravagant purchases or the most ambitious business deals couldn't quite fill. He had yearned for something more, something undefined, a spark to reignite the fires of his spirit. He had desired adventure, a break from the predictable, a taste of the truly extraordinary. And oh, how the universe had delivered! It had not merely provided a taste, it had served him a banquet, a veritable feast of peril and intrigue, far exceeding any of his wildest, most abstract desires. He had sought a disruption to his comfortable monotony, and he had been granted a seismic shift, a complete upheaval of his entire understanding of reality. Was this what adventure truly was, then? Not merely a pleasant diversion, a carefully planned escapade, but a brutal, beautiful immersion into the raw, untamed forces that shape destinies. He reflected on the very nature of human existence, on the delicate balance between the desire for safety and the innate craving for excitement. We build our walls, our routines, our predictable futures, striving for security, for a placid existence free from uncertainty. Yet, within the quiet confines of that security, a different kind of hunger emerges, a yearning for the unknown, for the thrill of the leap into the void. It's a paradox, isn't it? The very comfort we strive for eventually breeds a longing for its opposite. A life devoid of ch. 7-day action plan, the Racksoul method. Welcome, intrepid readers, to a chapter that promises to transform your approach to life's grandest challenges. We're diving deep into the adventurous spirit of Mr. Racksoul, the indomitable protagonist of Arnold Bennett's The Grand Babylon Hotel, and extracting a potent, 7-day action plan designed to inject his unique brand of strategic daring into your own reality. This isn't just about reading a story, it's about becoming the architect of your own dramatic narrative, applying the protagonist's mindset to real life. Imagine your life as a vast, opulent, slightly mysterious hotel, and you, like Racksoul, have the power to uncover its secrets, navigate its intrigues, and claim its destiny. The Raxol method isn't for the faint of heart, but for those ready to confront anomalies, embrace calculated risks, forge powerful alliances, and negotiate with unwavering confidence. Over the next 7 days, we will systematically unpack and integrate these principles, turning abstract ideas into actionable steps. Get ready to awaken your inner millionaire detective, because the game is afoot. Days 1 and 2, audit your environment, noticing the room 111 in your life. Think back to the initial unease in the Grand Babylon Hotel. It wasn't an overt threat, it was a subtle discord, a series of small, inexplicable details that gnawed at Raxol's millionaire's intuition. The wrong menu, the peculiar behavior of the staff, the very aura of a place that felt both grand and deeply unsettling. This, my friends, is what we call room 111 in your life. It's not necessarily a physical room, but rather a metaphor for those nagging inconsistencies, the things that don't quite add up, the uncomfortable truths you've been overlooking or perhaps subconsciously avoiding. For the next 48 hours, your mission is to become an astute observer of your own environment. Begin with your daily routine. Is there a consistent pattern of minor frustrations? A recurring sense of inefficiency? Perhaps in your career, you feel stuck, but you can't quite pinpoint why. Are there processes at work that make no logical sense, yet everyone accepts them? In your relationships, are there unspoken tensions, unresolved issues that manifest as petty disagreements or awkward silences? These are your room 111s. Don't just observe, document. Carry a small notebook, or use your phone for notes. When you encounter something that sparks a flicker of "that's odd," write it down. Be specific. Instead of "my job is boring," note "I spend 2 hours every day on task X," which feels redundant given Y. Instead of "my friend is distant," note "my friend consistently cancels plans at the last minute without a clear reason." Look at your physical surroundings, your home, your workspace. Are there areas of clutter that symbolize mental clutter? Systems that are broken but tolerated? This isn't about judgment, it's about awareness. Raxol didn't judge the hotel, he simply recognized that something was fundamentally amiss, and that recognition was the first step towards unraveling the mystery. Your goal is to identify the discrepancies between how things are and how they should be, or how you wish they were. These room 111 moments are not random inconveniences, they are signals. They are the initial clues in your personal investigation. Pay attention to your gut feelings, that quiet voice that whispers, "This isn't right." Trust that intuition. By the end of day 2, you should have a significant list of these anomalies, a clear picture of the subtle disquiet in your personal Grand Babylon hotel. This detailed audit is the foundation upon which all subsequent actions will be built. Without clearly identifying the problem, how can you ever hope to solve it? So, observe, record, and let your curiosity guide you. Days 3 and 4. Take calculated risks. Sometimes you must buy the hotel once you've meticulously identified the room 111s in your life. You might feel overwhelmed, or perhaps a sense of clarity will begin to emerge. Now, it's time to channel rack. Summary: 3 key takeaways. Alright, let's dive into the fascinating world of the Grand Babylon Hotel one last, truly reflective time, to distilling its most potent, undeniable truths and enduring lessons. As we draw the curtains on this thrilling, intricate escapade, it's not merely about recounting plot points or recalling the precise sequence of dramatic events, but rather about unearthing the profound, often hidden, wisdom woven into Arnold Bennett's intricate tapestry. We're here, indeed, to synthesize the very moral of the story, to understand what this dizzying dance of mystery, immense wealth, and chilling intrigue ultimately teaches us about ourselves, about human ambition, and about the complex world we inhabit. Indeed, it's a profound journey beyond the captivating narrative itself, into the very heart of human nature and societal constructs. So, please settle in comfortably, take a moment to reflect deeply, as we now carefully unpack 3 crucial takeaways that elevate this adventure from a mere captivating tale to a truly illuminating, perhaps even transformative, experience, lessons that resonate with surprising, enduring power long after the final page is turned, echoing in the quiet, reflective corners of our own lives. Our first, and arguably most profound, revelation from the Grand Babylon Hotel is this: curiosity is currency. Asking the right questions is infinitely more valuable than possessing vast sums of money. Think back, if you will, to the indomitable, unforgettable figure of Theodore Racksole. He was undeniably a man of immense, almost unfathomable wealth, an American millionaire capable of buying practically anything his heart truly desired, including, it seemed, the entire Grand Babylon Hotel itself for a fleeting, late-night supper. Yet, his ultimate triumph, his remarkable ability to cut through the elaborate, dangerous web of deception, wasn't born from simply flashing his impressive fortune or wielding his considerable economic power. No, his true strength, his most formidable weapon, lay not in the size of his overflowing wallet, but in the unparalleled sharpness of his keen intellect, the unwavering, scrutinizing glint in his piercing eye, and his insatiable, almost childlike, desire to understand why. When confronted with an unexplained, seemingly irrational refusal of a single simple supper, or the mysterious, unsettling disappearance of a European prince right from under the hotel's supposedly watchful, efficient gaze, Raxol didn't just throw more money at the problem hoping it would magically vanish. He didn't merely demand compliance based on his elevated status, expecting the world to bend to his will simply because he was rich. Instead, with a tenacious, unyielding spirit, he asked questions. He meticulously observed every detail. He probed into every inconsistency, every strange silence. He tirelessly pieced together fragmented clues with the meticulous dedication of a seasoned, unyielding detective, even when those around him were either deeply complicit in the grand deception or too hopelessly blinded by their own self-interest, paralyzing fear, or ingrained deference to authority to see the stark truth laid bare before them. Raxol's astonishing journey, therefore, teaches us a timeless, invaluable lesson, that information, diligently gleaned through persistent, often inconvenient inquiry and acute, unbiased observation, holds a far greater, more enduring worth than any fleeting material possession. His immense wealth provided the initial access, yes, a crucial foot in the door, but it was his relentless curiosity that ultimately provided the crucial answers. He didn't just purchase the hotel, he bravely purchased the invaluable right to investigate its deepest, darkest, most perilous secrets, daring to peer into the abyssal heart of its concealed machinations. He listened intently to the nervous whispers in the opulent corridors, noticed every minute incongruity in the narratives presented by the staff, and staunchly refused to accept superficial explanations or facile reassurances. This real call to action. Well, here we are, at the very end of another extraordinary journey. The Grand Babylon Hotel has been a whirlwind, hasn't it? A testament to the unexpected, to decisions made in a flash that spiral into an entire world of intrigue and danger, suspense, and unexpected revelations. This captivating narrative has, I hope, transported you completely to a world of opulence, secrets, and thrilling escapades, leaving you pondering the very nature of impulsive choices and their far-reaching consequences. Think about it. Princess Anna, on a whim, buys an entire hotel. An entire opulent establishment, complete with its secrets, its staff, its labyrinthine corridors, all because of a fleeting desire for something different, something more, something utterly out of the ordinary. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes me wonder about those moments in our own lives, those sudden, irresistible urges that lead to something truly memorable, for better or for worse, reshaping our realities in ways we never anticipated. And that brings me to my first question for you, our cherished listener, as we wrap up this wild, delightful ride. What is the most impulsive purchase you've ever made? Really, take a moment. Cast your mind back to that specific instance. Was it a concert ticket to a band you barely knew, bought in a moment of desperate need for an adventure, a spontaneous leap into the unknown that paid off in unforgettable memories, a night that still makes you smile? Was it that bizarre antique lamp that somehow spoke to your soul from a dusty shop window, its unique, almost mystical glow promising to transform a dull corner of your home, even though you had no idea where you'd put it, or how you'd even manage to get it home? Perhaps it was a spontaneous trip, a last-minute flight to a place you'd only dreamed of, fueled by a sudden, undeniable craving for escape, a longing to break free from the mundane routines of everyday life, a sudden yearning for a new horizon. The beauty of an impulsive purchase, much like the unexpected twists and turns in the Grand Babylon Hotel, lies in its sheer unpredictability, its defiant refusal to adhere to a preset plan or a carefully constructed budget. It's an act of pure, unadulterated human nature, often driven by raw, exhilarating emotion, by a sudden spark of exhilarating curiosity, or even a desperate, almost primal yearning for a profound change, a shake-up in the ordinary. It's not rational. It's not planned. It just happens. And sometimes, more often than we might expect, those unplanned moments lead to the most vivid stories, the most cherished, unexpected memories, or, yes, occasionally, a hilarious anecdote of delightful regret that you can now look back on and laugh about with genuine fondness. Think of the sheer rush. That split second where every logical argument takes a back seat, and pure instinct, or perhaps a sudden, overwhelming surge of inspiration, bravely takes the wheel. Maybe it was a book, bought on the strength of its compelling cover alone, a mysterious title drawing you in, only to discover it became a lifelong favorite, opening up new worlds within your mind, expanding your very perspective. Or a striking piece of art that just called to you, completely disrupting your carefully planned budget for the month, but filling your home, and your heart, with an inexplicable, vibrant joy. These aren't just mere transactions, they're tiny, personal rebellions, little acts of freedom in a world that often demands we meticulously plan, we diligently save, we logically rationalize every single decision. And often, it's precisely these uncalculated purchases that genuinely enrich our lives in profound ways we never could have foreseen, leaving an indelible mark on our personal histories. We'd absolutely love to hear your stories. Imagine the rich tapestry of shared experiences, the collective narrative we could weave together if we all shared these moments. So, as you reflect on Princess Anna's incredibly bold acquisition of the majestic Grand Babylon, ponder your own moment of D. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.